Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nuss Flush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
Bouquett, you son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is a way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the other auto custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones all coming down the finish.
Coin! Fired! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the Corker Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dom. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio bizarre. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, May 23rd to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. It was a solid day yesterday. You know, the Hurricanes, for me on the -1 line, +131 was a terrible read, and I was very fortunate to cash Florida Carolina under 5.5. And I'm going to bet it again, the under again. I'm bet it again in game 3. but I will not be back in the Hurricanes. Although I'm really excited to watch the hockey game. Florida's domination has been impressive. I was very pleased at how we broke down that NBA game yesterday. I think in the past I wouldn't flip. And it's something that I'm consciously trying to open up in my capping. We broke the game down. The plan all along had been to back the Timberwolves in game 2 at plus 7.5. Flipped to the Thunder with our breakdown, working together, trusted it, bet it, and cashed it with extreme ease. And I liked it. I liked it a lot. I think it's showing my growth as a capper that I can study the information and flip before I would just stay off of the side that I was going to back. So I liked everything that happened there. You guys saw what we did in baseball yesterday. I went 3-0 and I shut down. I want that money. Don't want anything to get in the way of that money. I got that money and I felt good about myself. And, it's important to create quality content, but it's more important to get that money. So I shut down, went 3-0 yesterday and feel good. WNBA was 0-2. I really felt like the Atlanta Dream was the right read, despite never betting that type of situation, backing a team in back-to-back spots and home and home. Lost it by a hook. The Chicago Sky was terrible. It was just a terrible. I didn't comprehend exactly how bad they are. But it was a winning day overall, and that's so important. So we're running nice, and let's keep it going. I'm really excited to do the work. I've been capping this card, because we ended a little early, so I got to work until taking Carter to basketball, and then because I took Carter out of basketball, as soon as I got home, I just worked. I worked until 1:32 in the morning, got up at 6, and without any I'm tired. Let's get this money. We're running hot. Let's press down on the gas pedal. It's great to see all of you guys. We have a great show today. I thought we were going to have a special guest coming in for NHL. He'd asked to be a part of this Oilers breakdown. I'm not sure if he's going to be joining us, which is fine. I'm ready to cap it here with you guys. We also have a special guest definitely going to join us at some point during the show who does want to talk about this hockey game as well. Then we have wine time. Wanting to cap, wanting to be with his friends and cap. That was the most important thing to him. His family and him are dealing with the death of his grandfather, whom he was really close with. And he just wants to lock in and cap with us. And I respect that very, very much. Wine time will be here. And then we'll also have our guy, Billy Brisbane. We have both not gotten off to the kind of start in WNBA that we were hoping for. He'll be with us in NBA as well. And shout out to Sammy Comer. Look at that $27.99 dono to bless our action. The great Samson Culmer. Thank you here. And there is Guillermo Zertucci now. Says, what I need today. Happy birthday to our friend Guillermo Zertucci. What a guy. What a leader. The guy we all inspire to be like, raise families like, we all look up to. And it is his birthday today. I hope you feel the love, man. And it's love that you have earned and deserve. And just thankful to be your friend. And, I know I get the chance to rock with you on screen. We got the Belmont coming up. But I look very much forward to hanging out with you and actually, being able to shout out to our guy, Guillermo Zertucci, and his birthday today. Stacks play today is in. It's Cubs money line, Cardinals over 8.5 minus 109. Need this at the top of my birthday pick. And the over 8.5 in the Cardinals game for Mr. McKelvey. Res Mob, respect play days. The Rockies over 11.5. Kripke in the house saying, is it Pacer Stars all over again? We got Irish King coming off a huge day. Florida moneyline OKC. You handled that very easily. I was really upset when I got back from Carter's basketball before Ella's basketball. I was, going to move on the Thunder. And at that point, it was -7.5 and -105. Then it moved -7.5, -115. And I don't know. I'm just like, prepping myself to place a bet. I'm just like, okay, we're going to move on this. We're going to move on this. And then it moved to 8 at -115 too at 365. And I was so angry that I didn't bet it. Then I went to Ella's basketball and then I came back and bet it at the 8, kind of hoping that it would move back to 7.5. But I think that was telling in itself. I shouldn't have been so angry about it. Irish King coming off a big day. Serious business in the house. Old E. Saturate says Pacers Thunder going to be a fun finals. Billy Friedrich says Canes are done. What an embarrassing performance last night. Was thinking about you at the hockey game. Ross Pitt says OKC, baby. There's Ronnie Lofton in the house. Benjamin Mills got the Panthers plus 125. Great work, Benjamin Mills. I wish I had have gone with you guys. And again, I was very fortunate to be bailed out by the under 5.5. Very fortunate. But I also bet that live under 7.5. So I doubled down on the under. So that it worked. Everything worked. Mally Mal, it could have been better, but worked enough. Just my 2 cents in the house. I don't know if you've seen, but our guys, Locker Room Talk podcast, are putting out their baseball action each day, and it's great. It's huge. I love it. So shout out to the Locker Room Talk podcast, putting out their baseball action each day. Great cappers. Roll with them. We got Joseph Gomez, Mally Mal in the house. Billy Friedrich, Pigment Play Day is in Edmonton, Dallas over 6.5. We got Perky, Red Sox game 1. Looking forward to cap that. That will be here very soon. Joseph Gomez, Shamurai. Great group here. Big Daddy Boom, Johnny K, Fernando Mendoza, a Spooner here ready to get to work. Got to raise at work. Okay, I like it. I'd like to hear that. Spooner, my man, deserved. Pacheco de Gallo in the house. I love that guy. Tony Trill ready to eat. There's Wine Time ready to go. Ricky Levine here ready to get to work. Lucas Ryan says, Ice Cats free money. How we feeling today, gang? Robert Franklin hit that fever under 170. I wish I did that with you guys. There is our guy, Robert Cherry. Says, I hate going against you, but I told you the Panthers last night, but you also told me the over. So we were 1-1 against each other in that hockey game. And let's not only talk about what we do right. That's part of us and our accountability as cappers. Our transparency as cappers. OKC moneyline SGA plus 30 or more and Edwards 25 or more. Great job. There's Irish King, Mr. Sonny Dollywall in the house. The Truth Teller back in business. Nice to see Truth Teller. It's been a while. 9 Legacy ready to go again. Thank you, Sammy Comer. Thank you very much for blessing our action to get the day started with the dono. Great to see all of you guys. There is Slats. He says, still in shock seeing Denmark knocking out Canada in the hockey worlds. That threw me for a loop yesterday afternoon, man. Fever minus 4.5. 3-piece still alive. Nice job, Fernando. Nice job. Walla Walla Dose in the house. Great to see all of you guys. Let's get to work. Let's get to work right now. Tyler Flowers, Markel, Stephen Hairston, Sir Mackey. What a great group. Thank you guys for rocking with us. And let's get to work. Let's get to work right now. We get to the National Hockey League. We start in the National Hockey League game 1. Let me just see. Our guest not going to be here. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's roll. Edmonton Oilers at Dallas Stars, American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. We have Stuart Skinner. We expect to be back between the pipes. We expect him there. 26, 18, and 4, 2.81 goals against average, 896 save percentage, 3 shutouts. In the playoffs, it's been very disjointed. He's very streaky. He's got 2 shutouts. He's been hit up badly at times. We're sitting right now with a 3.39 goals against average, 872 save percentage. AM says Stars smash and over 6.5 smash here. Let's grab this. Here we go. AM saying Oilers goalie problems are here to stay. Another shootout where the Oilers cannot keep up. It's possible. It's possible. I mean, their goaltending was the same last year, and they still were able to make it through. Now, this series is very different than last year's series, and we're going to go over that. Jake Ottinger between the pipes for the Stars, 36, 18, and 4, 2.59 goals against average, 909 save percentage, 2 shutouts. In the playoffs, 9 and 5, 2.51 goals against average, 917 save percentage. He's been phenomenal. And look at that, Stephen Fahrenbach birthday as well. And Neesmith under 13.5 points for Dougie Wise. Let's get all of this copied and pasted. Stephen Fahrenbach birthday as well. Okay, wait, you know what? Let me separate these just so I don't mess it up. Free bands. Let's get this here set up so we can discuss all of that. Free bands here. And then let's move Stephen Fahrenbach's birthday up to the top up here and right beside birthday 4G. Stephen Fahrenbach, Guillermo, is there Tucci birthday? I love it, fellas. Happy birthday. A couple great guys. All right, so let's roll here. Oilers power play 25.9%. It's been decent. The issue is their penalty killing has been atrocious, 62.2%. That's not going to cut it in the playoffs. Robert Cherry liking the Oilers tonight, but not sure wants to talk it over with all of us. Action Jackson says Panthers winning it all. Let me say something about what the Panthers are doing. They haven't played a team close to the teams in the Western Conference. The Avalanche, for instance, would beat the Hurricanes badly. So I do think that this still sets up for an opportunity for Cappers to make quite a bit of money in the Stanley Cup final, even if you're not already locked in the futures market. But we will talk about this. We will talk about this right now. So the Stars, 22% power play. Now it's 34.9 in the playoffs. That's how you make it to the Stanley Cup. The penalty killing for the Stars, 82%. It's now 84.8% here. So here we go. I said how this feels different than last year's playoffs, and I'll statistically back that up. Let's talk about the total here for this one. This total opened up at 6.5 plus 100 to the over, and it went down to 6. It went down to 6 last night. It wasn't the most legitimate 6, but it was there. And then it's back at 6.5. Overall, we've had a few cents of movement towards the under. So let's roll. So wait, so Lucas Ryan, you don't believe that you don't think the Avs would take out the Hurricanes? I'd love to hear that. Because I think that the Blues can beat the Hurricanes. The Blues could take the Hurricanes to at least 7. Johnny Gunn says, is it me? And there's BT in the house. Let's roll. So the Stars lost to the Vegas Golden Knights in 6 games 2 years ago and to the Oilers in 6 games last year. Each time, and Nuke Worker here on the Oilers, each time they lost game 1, putting themselves in the early hole. So there's one difference. Second difference. Last year, the Dallas Stars were 0 for 14 on the power play against the Edmonton Oilers in the conference final. There's another one. We watched the Stars explode in the third period. We've talked about their depth. We talked about a lot of that, and we saw it. Stars scored 5 goals, 3 straight on the power play. They completely took over. It was the first time the Oilers have allowed 3 power play goals in a period in a playoff game since Game 2 of the 1992 Smythe Division Final against the Vancouver Canucks. Long time ago. So last season, the Oilers had the best penalty kill in the playoffs. That's another. So now we're at the third big difference from last year. They gave up 4 power play goals on 70 opportunities and made it to the Stanley Cup final. 94.3%. This year, they've given up 14 power play goals on 37 opportunities. That's 15th out of the 16 playoff teams left. So, can Matthias Ekholm come to the rescue? Now, what we usually see with an injury of this kind is they come back at home. They come back in their own facility. Generally, I don't know if it's a comfort thing or the doctor's there. I don't know exactly what it is, but Matthias Ekholm can change this. Oh, True Teller said the Oilers are the better team. I said, well, okay, Luke, I was trying to Luke saying UMP communicates. Okay, I want to know what you guys are doing. I want to hear from you guys. So, and I do very much respect the Cappers in the chat want to know. So that's why sometimes I'll just need a little bit more information. So Stars go 3 for 4 on the power play, and all those 3 goals in 5 minutes, 58 seconds. They've now scored at least 1 power play goal in 11 of their 14 games during the playoffs, And every home game, they've scored a power play goal. Every home game. Now they have the best power play in the playoffs. The best power play in the playoffs. Sagan scored twice. Granlund had a goal and assist. So did Heiskanen. Heiskanen played the most minutes he's had in the playoffs so far. Dallas is the first team in Stanley Cup playoffs history. These are big things. To earn multiple wins in regulation after being down 2+ goals in the third period in the playoff year. We're saying similar things about the Indiana Pacers in the NBA playoffs, and you can add Dallas to that group. Now, it's probably not as exciting as what the Pacers are doing. For the Oilers, Draisaitl had a goal and 2 assists, Nuge had a goal and assist, and McDavid had 2 assists. Bouchard is the second defenseman in Edmonton franchise history to get 5 or more goals in a postseason 2 or more times. Paul Coffey, who's behind the bench there leading the defense, has done it 3 times. So, let's talk about this. We talked about this, and it got me on Carolina in game 2, and clearly that was a mistake. The Oilers had more high-danger shots on goal than the Stars in that hockey game. They had slightly better offensive zone time percentage. So then it goes back to what AM said initially, that it is goaltending that will haunt the Oilers in this series. So I'll tell you what I want to do. Shout out to Robert McCormick in the house. I want to back the Edmonton Oilers in games 3 and games 4 if the Stars win tonight. If the Oilers win tonight, then I don't bet game 3. And I know that it's not a fun thing. Again, though, we are trying to become the best gamblers that we can be, and the bottom line is making money. And I've done that over 2 months to the best of my ability and the best I've ever done in my career. And I'm not putting anything in peril, much like I did yesterday after the day 3-0 in Major League Baseball. Not putting anything in peril. So that's my plan. My plan is Benjamin Mills says over every game in this series. Honestly, if I was firing shots, I would take a shot at the under 6.5 in this one. The Oilers have to play an extremely tight defensive game. It's their only chance because of the depth on the other side. What they have to do is play extremely tight, succeed on the power play. They can't be in the penalty box. They have to play the sort of road games that they played in Vegas. But I hear all of you guys on the over, and I get it. So that's my plan. Stars win tonight. I will bet the Oilers in both game 3 and game 4 on the -1 line. If the Stars win tonight, then I won't move on game 3 and games 4. And for those of you who haven't been running with me all year, before the season started, I took the Oilers to win the West, and I got a terrible line, plus 350, $500. And then when Sagan went down with the long-term injury reserve, I pushed everybody to move on the Stars. I got 5-1 for the conference and 10-1 for the cup with $500 too. So I'm just going to sit back. So that's the plan. That is the plan. Johnny Guns. I love hearing you guys. I love hearing all this. And we don't need to be on the same side. It's part of the fun. Johnny Guns says, I love seeing the common cap of Dallas had a great lucky third period, and the Oilers are going to win handedly. That's all I've seen. People said the same about the Panthers, and look what they did. Lucas says, I won't be on this over. I think the Rockets to the top shelf are going to slow way down, but I'm not on the under. I'm with that. Coin says the later the series goes, the better Skinner gets locked in. His number in the past couple postseasons scream that. Irish Skinner says watch the ratings drop if Dallas advances. There's beef between the rematch. They want the rematch, Edmonton versus Florida. I think Dallas versus Florida. I don't think the NHL can lose. American markets, and I don't think they can lose. I agree, though. Rich H says, if Stars win tonight, McDavid Conn-Smythe odds will go even higher than the plus 500 he's currently at. That's a really interesting way of handling it, Rich. What an interesting way of adding. You don't need to bet much on that. That's a fascinating way of handling things. That is a copy and paster. Rich H coming to us from the 604 Van City. So there we go. That's a lot of fun, man. Billy Frieder says Stars have proven they can come back. They did in game 1. They did it versus the Avs too. Benjamin Mills says Panthers on the puck line for the rest of the series too. Kripke taking the Oilers. Timmy Two Shoes says Skinner's going to take your pants. Toby Lane on the Oilers money line and the Knicks first quarter. Billy Friedrich has Sam Bennett to win the Conn Smythe at 120-1. Jesus. Oh, he's one of my favorite players, so I hope that catches for you. All right. That is the National Hockey League for Friday, May 23rd. And, this is going to be extremely fun. And my plan is set. Stars win game 2. Move on the Oilers games 3 and games 4 on the -1 line. If the Stars win game 2, I sit back. If the Oilers win game 2, I sit back. And I will, and I should have bet it already, and I kind of meant to. I was just overloaded with all the work we had to do today. I will be on the under 5.5 in the Hurricanes-Panthers game tomorrow. And that will be my only bet, I expect. But we'll check it out and see how it all bangs out. There we go. It is time to move on to let's see. Do we have a Canadian Oilers fan? Wow, look at that. Okay. Well, let's finish off this NHL breakdown with an Oilers fan, a Canadian Oilers fan. Please welcome from our home studio in the Southtown 101 in San Antonio, Texas, Jose Snips Bouquett.
Oh, yeah. How's it going, eh?
So, do you believe in the Oilers today?
I just finished up a few darts outside, eh? It was a great time. We just looked at the line pairings, and I believe in Skinny, man. Skinny's got the bees, eh? I believe in the Oilers. They've never been beaten, eh? We can do this, eh?
I don't know if that never being beaten is true. They were beaten.
It's like LeVar Ball, eh? We might have one less leg, but we've never lost, eh?
Okay,
never lost, eh?
So your futures are just fine with the Oilers. No problem at all. No qualms, no concerns.
Zero qualms, eh? My hands aren't even sweating, eh? I just got done shoveling snow outside of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and it was a great time. It was a great time, eh? It was super frigid up here, eh? What do you think about this weather, eh? It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
-1 Celsius? Oh, my Lord. What are we going to do, eh?
I don't know. So, what about the total? Everybody in the chat on the over, you think a lot of goals going to be scored tonight?
The chat, eh? They think this is going to be an over game. You know what, eh? I think our boys are going to lock it down. Skins is going to come in there and do the damn thing. We're going to have a Bouchard bomb or two, eh? I've heard some really smart guys are starting their hockey pool team with only defensemen. You guys got to watch out for that. There's some smart cappers out there doing that. And Evan Bouchard, he's one of the best, eh? So I can't wait to see what Evan Bouchard's all about today.
It's going to be a great hockey game. Vipe says boot him, but no, we will not boot him. We will not boot him. He will magically transform into a Major League Baseball capper here. Justin McKelvey, not pleased, says, I renewed my membership to listen to this.
Buddy, it's okay, eh? We can do this, eh? Justin, me and you, buddy.
Okay. All right.
Billy, I'm from Moose Jaw. Come on, I'm from Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, eh?
Ron Crawford has come in with the NHL play today. You're not going to like this. You're not going to like this. The NHL play today is the Dallas Stars.
That's some American bias, eh? That's just a red-blooded American supporting this team, eh? What we're going to do is some bumping and grinding here today, buddy.
Some bumping and grinding?
Yeah, there's going to be some bumping and grinding today, and it's going to be a lot of hard hits, heavy hits on the ice, especially after how that game ended. I can't wait to see Skinner beat the hell out of Ottinger, eh?
It's going to be a great game. Going to be a great game. Jose's Oilers future is in peril.
And excuse me, my name's not Jose, it's John Claude, eh?
No, there's no John Claude's in Moose Jaw, man.
That's not true, eh? I'm the first one. My family's been growing up there for centuries now. We've got a land up in the northern area. We cut our own logs, eh? And it's going to be a great time, eh?
It sounds like a great time. It sounds like a great time. Thank you for joining us, Canadian hockey fan here. Stop. Yes, it's time to get into Major League Baseball right now. Let's switch gears to the diamond. Please welcome our Friday star here, being absolutely spectacular here in Major League Baseball this year. After a very strong Wednesday with us, now back up double-digit units, back up with a double-digit ROI. 58 and 47, hitting at 55.2% plus 10.5 units, ROI plus 10%, and, folks, an average line of plus 100. Our friend from Los Angeles, California, Mr. Wine Time Sports, to the show. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jim in the bag. Happy Friday, my man. Shout out to you. Shout out to my guy, Jose, on the ones and twos right now. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Appreciate all the love I've gotten the last 24 hours. It means a lot to me, guys. Wanted to come back and cap this card with you guys today. I'm really looking forward to this card. We got a loaded card with my guy Jimmy right here. We're gonna make some fucking money today. I can feel it. I have no plays posted, so we're gonna be going off the show here, and I'm ready to get to it.
Well, let's get right to work. Jose will be joining us shortly. You're coming off another winning day yesterday as well. Very, very impressive work. And Wednesday, you were excellent. So let's get to work. We don't need to sit and sit in what you're going through. But what we can sit in is just how you handle yourself on a day-to-day basis. We get the sense of why your family is so close and why you looked up to your grandfather so much. And we just get that feeling from you. You're a good guy. And the fact that you just want to cap with your friends while you're going through this is just another example of you leading by example, and for us to watch it and understand that this is how we need to handle ourselves in similar situations as well. So I'm excited to cap the card with you. Let's focus on what we love most. Capping the card. We start with the double dip here, and Mr. Bouquett ready to rock with us from our home studio in the Southtown 101. Jose, how are you, my man?
Oh, excuse me. Hi, how's it going, guys?
Good. Very, very good. I knew even every time I pull out the Lou Brock jersey, I think, Deacon's not going to like this. Deacon, it's great to see you, my man. Let's go. Game one, Baltimore Orioles, 16 and 32, 8 and 17 on the road at the Boston Red Sox, 25 and 26, 14 and 12 at home. We are at Fenway Park in Boston. Let's pull out the weather for game one. Mostly cloudy. It's cold still. It's so warm on the West Coast, but cold everywhere else. Well, warm in Texas. 55 degrees, feels like 49, 8 miles per hour, left to right, very slightly out. It dies down to 6.5 miles per hour. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. First off, the total. This total is being it's because it opened up 2 days ago. So let's just talk about it from this morning. How about that? Because we had the pitchers listed. We knew it was going to be Bayo. And so let's call it around midnight. Around midnight, this total was 9.5 minus 110. And right now it's 9.5 minus 112. So it's not like there's been much movement. Let's get to the money line here. On the money line, we have Cade Povich and the Baltimore Orioles at plus 103. They opened up at plus 111. We've had a move towards the Baltimore Orioles. Oh, wait, sorry. That's not true. We're going to from midnight. So let's go back to...
Oh, it will be true, Jimmy. Don't you worry.
At midnight... Here we go. Midnight, they were plus 114. So, yeah, no difference. So, still, we've had a legit move towards the Baltimore Orioles. I'll pull up the Wager Talk cash flow here. Jose will give it to you for game one. Action has 83% of the tickets and 91% of the cash on the Boston Red Sox with this move towards the Orioles. Fascinating. Again, it's going to include the tickets that were bet yesterday. 82% of tickets and 82% of the cash is on the over. Coin says market screaming O's. Lucas Ryan says seeing Jimmy rep my Cardinals has me ready to throw units. Respect. Benjamin Mill says Red Sox in both games. Irish King says Yellow won 13 last 17. I've been throwing units at them since game one. But let's talk about Cade Povich. 1-3, 5.23 ERA, 1.45 whip, 38 Ks and 41 and a third. His last start, 4-3 loss at home versus Nationals was pretty good. 5 2/3, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 9 strikeouts, and 2 walks. On the road this year, he's had 3 starts and he's been fine. He's been good. He's allowed 22 hits over 18 and 2/3, 7 earned runs, 13 strikeouts, just 1 walk, and he's allowed a solitary homer. 293 opponents batting average. It's the righties that get to him, and Jose will in detail tell us the righties in the lineup that he expects can get to Cade Povich, because the Red Sox are destroying lefties. 294, 836 OPS over the last 30 days. Bayo on the other bump, 2-1, 4.02 ERA, 1.69 WHIP. He's not looked very good this year. 20 strikeouts, 19 walks. He got off to a good start, but he's fallen off. That last performance in a 10-4 loss at home versus the Braves, 4 1/3, 10 hits, 7 earned runs, 3 Ks, and 5 walks. Pretty ugly. At home, the opponents are hitting 282 against him. Another terrible K walk ratio, 12 Ks, 14 walks. Lefties are hitting 282, 830 against them. Lefties hit them hard. Righties are hitting them hard, 292, 801 OPS. But the Orioles have stopped hitting righties. Last 30 days, 240 with a 690 OPS. And where's the biggest advantage? Well, it's Red Sox versus lefties compared to Orioles versus righties. And it's the Red Sox bullpen, 2.92 ERA, 1.26 WHIP, while the Orioles bullpen has been horrible all year. And in the last 30 days, 5.11 ERA, 1.43 WHIP. AM is on the over here. Boss 707 talking about this reverse line movement. Just my 2 cents says I like Cade, but you got to show me first. Nasty Nate on the Red Sox first 5, and shout out to our friend Steve G in the house. Dougie Wise giving us a bonus play with the Dodgers, and Ronnie Lofton on Bregman over 1.5 bases. Jose, your Boston Red Sox in a double dip. Take it away.
Yeah, game 1, you guys will probably know where I'm at this game. The market's screaming Orioles. I am on the Orioles here. I bet it before the show, actually, so I got plus 105 in game 1. Yeah, I saw this line at minus 140 this morning. You check back later, it's minus 120. You check back later, now it's at minus 125. Going down here, and earlier this morning it was about 50% of the bets, 75% of the money on the Red Sox. Now it's 50% of the bets, sorry, 55% of the bets, 52% of the money on the Orioles. So a lot of Orioles bets have come through here in the morning in the last few hours, which maybe worries me a little bit. I don't know, but I'm on the Orioles side here, full game money line for game 1. Jimmy, you mentioned the righties. I'll tell you right now, the lineup confirmed, by the way: Bregman, Ref Snyder, Trevor Story, Narvaez, Nick Stojgaard playing first, Christian Campbell, Rafaela. I'm not going to lie, a particularly disgusting lineup today because the Red Sox have been, working Christian Campbell up so he can try to play first base, because the Red Sox, if you guys have not tell, have an issue at first base. So, I mean, it's only 2 lefties at the top of the lineup, and then it's the rest of them righties. The only guy that only 2 people I'd be worried about is Bregman and Campbell. Rafael has been hitting well. Narvaez has also been doing okay. But Ref Snyder, a guy that exclusively hits lefties, he's up there at the top of the lineup. I just need to see it with these guys, I guess. I don't know. I don't trust them here. The line saying that it's an Orioles spot, so I moved on the Orioles. I'm actually seeing now across the board. This is at Penny, for example, minus 112 now. Boston Red Sox. So it's just very interesting that all those Orioles bets have come through. The line is moving towards the Red Sox for that, and now especially. So Orioles for me, full game money line.
Orioles full game money line.
And by the way, Brian Bayo, I don't really believe in day-night splits. But for whatever reason, Brian Bayo, horrible today. Horrible. So take that with what you will.
Wine time. Can you make sense of all of this?
Yeah, I agree with you, Jose. I'm looking at it from the market and seeing where this line has gone. Definitely screaming Orioles to me. I don't know if I have the conviction to do it. I already said they were pretty much on my do not bet list, which I really don't have a do not bet list, but they're definitely at the top of it. And I haven't taken them since I took some L's. Like I said, my worst ROI on a team is with the Baltimore Orioles this season. They get their first win in who knows how long, going up against a division rival here, doubleheader today. I don't know. Something's telling me to take the Orioles. I'm not going to do it, though. Looking at this total as well, I got a total of 9 minus 125. Team total for the Orioles over 4.5 minus 110. Maybe look at the team total for the Orioles here rather than take them on the money line. I mean, if they're going to win this game, I feel like they are probably going to have to score about 5 runs here in this game. And I think they can do it, but this isn't enough for me to take this game here. I'm going to end up staying away from this game here. I will say the Red Sox, what are they, 1 game under 500 now? Devers playing some good ball right now, man. He's just been on fire. Trevor Story, that guy's been going down, man. He hasn't been able to get it going at the bat these last couple weeks. They're going to need him to get it going throughout the season. I like the 1 through 4 that they have for Boston, but I don't know about this team quite yet. I have a lot of questions about both of these teams. Are the Orioles going to catch fire at any point this season to start getting try to make a run at 500? I mean, at this point in the season, I don't know if they can do it. It's still early on. They can go on a winning streak. We just saw the Angels win 7 straight games. We'll see if the Orioles can do it. I'm not going to bet my money on the Baltimore Orioles here, though. This is going to be a stay-away game for me.
By the way, just to give numbers to Brian Bayo's day-night splits, day 21-18, a 3.86 ERA, 50 games started. Night. That was night. Day 9-10, a 5.54 ERA, 25 games started. So it is weird.
That's for Brian Bayo. Yeah. Orioles team total might be a look here. I might look at this a little bit more here. We'll see. Over 4.5 minus 110. It's going to be a pass for me as of right now, though.
I'm hesitant to start my day. I mean, if I had a free bet, I'd be on the Orioles, but it would be so based on this line not moving towards the Red Sox, and then I would be on the over too. And if the line is moving, I mean, you have to ask yourself, if the books are opening up their arms to anybody who wants to bet the Red Sox, is it because Povich is going to pitch well or Bayo is going to pitch poorly?
After what Jose said, I think Bayo is going to pitch poorly today.
Sure seems like it.
Yeah, I might. We've got about 53 minutes until this first pitch. I might end up moving on this team total for it. Orioles at minus 110. Just because I don't know if I could take them on the money line here, even though I am still getting plus money at 105. What did you get, Jose, before the show?
Plus 106, plus 105. Just kidding.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. I mean, like I said, if I like what Jimmy said, if I had a free bet in this one, I would take the Orioles. A bet I might actually take here is probably going to be the team total, though, but we'll see here.
And then we have in the chat D. Jenkins saying, anyone mentioning Bayo's numbers versus the Orioles? Let's take a look at the matchup against Bayo. Cedric hits, I mean, only Henderson, Gunner's gone yard, 267 average, 15 at bats, 953 OPS. I mean, there's nothing to be concerned about. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just it's just not enough for me to start the day. Let's take a look at the lineups, though, for you guys. This game we'll be able to live bet, and we still have 45 minutes or so to make a decision. For the Orioles, Holiday, Rutschman, Henderson, Mountcastle, O'Hearn, Urias, Mullins, Kjerstad, Mateo. The fact that this team is 16-32 with that lineup is unbelievable. And then for the Red Sox, Duran, Devers, Bregman, Ref Snyder, who smashes Povich, Trevor Story, Narvaez, Sogard, Campbell, and Rafaela. That is the spot. So let's roll on. But I do have some interest. Let's talk about game 2 here, and we'll start with you, Jose. We have a question from our guy Spooner saying, who do the Red Sox trust more, Giolito or Bayo? And Giolito coming off, but both Bayo and Giolito got lit up. They both got lit up by the Braves in that last start. Giolito had 3 home runs, 6 earned runs altogether. And we talked about his numbers yesterday. He's only had 2 starts at home, and he's not, he's 7 2/3 combined, 18 hits. Opponents hitting 474 against him. But maybe the Orioles could be the tonic for him. And we don't know who's pitching game 2 for the Orioles. Touch on the Giolito question and your thoughts on this spot.
Yeah, it's Bayo, and I'm going to say now both games kind of do scream over, honestly. I forgot to mention in game 1, 53% of the bets are on the under, 82% of the money on the over in this game. So I kind of lean over in that game as well if I think the Orioles are going to hit Bayo. And it kind of feels the same way in this game. Giolito, for the last like 3 years now, this whole thing is just do not allow home runs. If you cannot allow home runs, you'll be successful. 3 the last game. I don't really, if I don't trust Bayo in this situation, I don't trust Giolito in this situation. So it's an over or nothing here for me as of right now. I don't know who's going to pitch for the Orioles here. It's not listed yet, but it would be an over in this next game. I agree with AM saying over in both games. But yeah, if I had to make anything, it'd be just an over.
What is keeping us off the over in this game one? Why are we not moving on? I guess Cade Povich is. Are we concerned that Povich is going to pitch well here? Shut down this Red Sox lineup? Is that a concern?
It is a semi-concern for me. I mean, the numbers are what the numbers are. You mentioned them, especially this last month. I can tell you right now, this whole month here, they are fourth, 135 weighted runs created plus. So they've been good. But my concern is why is the line moving towards them? Does he pitch well, or is this just going to be that overpalooza? I lean that way. I'm trying not to double up on games. That first 5 full game double up on the Angels was annoying. Because I should have just taken full game, finished 1-1, and not had any of the units lost. So I just take if I'm going to take the over here, I would have to, figure out what I'm going to do with that other bet. So,
I mean, it is a high number, 9.5, but it makes sense that it's 9.5.
Yeah.
And by the way, Spoon saying Trevor Rogers called up for this game. If the Orioles willingly choose to throw back-to-back lefties here when the Red Sox are good against lefties, it'd be really funny to see. But I could see that as well, Spoons.
Justin McKelvey on the Yurfee in game one. Okay, well, keep us a titty of what's going on with the odds. If this is moving more to the over, to the under over the next 45 minutes. I know Wine Time's sort of on the fence and could make a move, and I am as well.
Well, there's 9.5s popping up here. It started at 9, right?
Yeah, right now I have a 9 at -125. Game 2 is not even on the board for me right now because they haven't announced their starter yet for the Orioles, I don't believe, but it should be coming out here pretty soon. But if it just seems like Orioles over 4.5 team total here, and if they do get the win, you back the Red Sox in game 2. But I like the looks on the overs too. I mean, we're seeing 9.5s in these games, I think, for a reason. I think there's some volatility with both these pitchers on the mound today.
Yeah. Just my 2 cents is our bats left Povich high and dry a couple times earlier this season, and AM again on the overs in both games. King Al, my man, I've got the futures going, so my plan is if Dallas wins tonight, I bet the Oilers in games 3 and games 4. But there's no action for me tonight. Again, there's a ton of action from cappers in the chat, so it's probably best just to watch that once again, watch it over again. All right, let's roll on. Let's roll on here. Anything else we want to touch on? Wine Time, is there anything you want to say about the second game and Lucas Giolito and what you're looking for in the first game to move on the second game?
Yeah, if the Orioles win game 1, I will definitely be on the Red Sox in game 2. I've been backing Giolito in certain spots this season. I've been successful. I remember coming on the show on Saturday a couple weeks ago, saying he was going to pitch a gem, and he did. But Jose touched on it, man. I've seen it too many times where Giolito he can just go out there and throw 3 or 4 great innings. It's like, whoa, where'd this come from? And then one inning he walks a couple guys, gives up the long ball, and all of a sudden it's 3-0. If he can avoid the long ball, I mean, I think he still has a little bit left in the tank. His numbers show it so far this season, but I was on the under in his start because I thought he was going to start yesterday, but we were looking at an 8 yesterday. Now we're looking at a 9, maybe even a 9.5 before first pitch here. Maybe both pitchers do get lit up. You know what I mean? Maybe this is an over spot in both games. So much. It's difficult for doubleheaders. My ROI on doubleheaders isn't that good this season either, so that kind of has me hesitating a little bit on taking either side in either of these games. But if the Orioles win game 1 and the line, if the Red Sox get to a -140, -145 game 2, I'll most likely move on the -1.
Okay, well, we will circle back, but let's roll on. Next up for us, 6:40 p.m. Eastern, with the Chicago Cubs and Cincinnati Reds, Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, Ohio. So this is something that I really want to do, but I haven't moved on it yet because I don't want to, I think when you try to act too smart in situations, especially Major League Baseball. It blows up in your face. But historically, when a pitcher is as locked in as Hunter Green was before the hamstring injury, he was absolutely phenomenal. He was spectacular. Even that game he was throwing against the Rays, he was lights out. 6 strikeouts through 3 innings. At home this year, he's allowed 4 earned runs in 25 innings. Opponents are hitting 118 against him. And I think sitting on the sidelines with the hamstring, strained right groin, is going to hurt him. Coin saying Cyworthy without a doubt. I want to fade him coming back, but it's not a comfortable thing to do. But that's what I would like to do. Historically, when this young pitcher is pitching the best he's ever pitched before, and it's just a short break, it kind of messes him up. And I would like to fade him. So let's get into this one here. Great American Ballpark. Let's touch on the weather to get us started. We have 67 Fahrenheit at the Great American Ballpark. We have 67 Fahrenheit. Feels like 68 miles per hour out to left center. It dies down to 4.5. But it's an offensive start here. Philly Eagle Flyer on the over 8.5. Aubrey says he just blind bets the Cubs. And Deacon Mike says betting the Cubs team total over 4.5. Green coming off a groin injury and first start since May 7th. And Stacks play today is the Cubs. Of course. I don't know why I was a little overwhelmed trying to figure out if I was going to move on the game one of the double dip. But Stacks play today is the Cubs. Wow. I think I can roll with this. I think I can I get it, and I kind of want to fade it as well. But Billy Friedrich says Green going to shut the Cubs down. If there was no break, I would think that. Stacks play today, number 1 is on the Chicago Cubs, and I'm interested.
Stacks.
Matthew Boyd, 4-2, 2.98 ERA, 1.23 whip, 53 Ks over 51 and a third, 13 walks and 7 home runs. He's been very good this year. Over his last few starts, he's just been good, and there's nothing wrong with that. But, he's allowing a minimum of 2 runs in each start and generally 3. But quality starts, like the 7-3 win at home over the White Sox. 6 innings, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 homers, 8 Ks, no walks. On the road this year, he's been solid. He's allowed, 26 hits and 27 in the third. He's walked 11 batters. He's only allowed 2 home runs in 27 in the third, 255 opponent's batting average. He's got the reverse splits, not badly, but lefties hitting 302, 749 OPS, righties 247, 721. And I do not want to fade Hunter Green, but this is the spot where I would. And if the market supports it and, Stacks and others are on it, I'm going to pull the trigger. We have at home, we went over his home numbers. Cubs versus righties, 256, 760 last 30 days. Reds are not hitting lefties, 223, 607. This should be an okay opportunity for Matthew Boyd, but so was his start against the White Sox, and they got to him enough. Both bullpens are pitching extremely well. The Cubs bullpen now over the last 30 days is top 6 or 7 in the league and definitely moving in the right direction after a tough start. We have Hunter Green and the Reds at plus 101. I mean, is that enough? Does that say enough? Now, this opened at 8:30 p.m. with the Cubs as the favorite. If you looked to the books that dropped this in the afternoon, the Reds were a legitimate favorite. But when this came out at night, they weren't. So it's a small move towards the Cubs, but I think that's enough. I think it's telling enough for me. This total is an 8. It's minus 113 of the over. It opened up at 8.5 and is now dropped down to an 8. We'll have Jose go over the cash flow, but let's hear from Wine Time. Cubbies, Reds, your plan of attack.
Man, this is a tough game right here. I was on the Marlins in all 3 of those games against the Cubs in that series. Ended up going down, I think it was like 0.7 units or something because they were plus money in all those games. But another line where it kind of does look a little suspicious for me in the Chicago Cubs sitting here 30-20 going against Cincinnati Reds 25-26. Hunter Green, you mentioned it though, coming off that injury. I'm curious to see how he goes out there today. That would be the only reason why I'm not on the Reds today. I'm not going to back the Cubs today. I think maybe even Hunter Green could go out there and have a good start, but I just can't trust him enough. I have to see it first from him, make sure that he's healthy and he goes out there and has a good start. Matthew Boyd, he's been pitching lights out this year too. And against this Reds batting order, I mean, you guys have heard me talk about how inconsistent this Reds batting order is. I mean, they could score 10 runs in 2 innings or not score a run in 20 innings. That's been their season so far this year. And Matthew Boyd, I mean, this should be a relatively easy lineup for him to go up against. That's what makes me think, why isn't Matthew Boyd a little bit more of a favorite here? But Hunter Green, I mean, you guys have touched on already. He's had a really strong start to the year. Look at his numbers right now for the injury. So this is going to be a stay away game for me. I need to see, I want to see how Hunter Green looks today. This is going to be a good game. Wish you guys luck on this one. This is going to be a pass for me though.
So I'm the opposite. I'm surprised the Reds aren't a bigger favorite.
Because of Hunter Green's on the mound?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So my thought was not, this is suspicious. What's suspicious is moving towards the Cubs.
So, Jim, what did this line open up at?
Well, it depends, again, how you look. I am moving on the Cubs. I'm going to be on the Cubs full game here in this one. But we have, again, if we talk about the site that is first to the market, where, we used to play poker, they opened this up with the Reds at minus 115.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That lasted at 115 for 11 minutes before it became minus 107. 10 minutes more, it was minus 101.
Right now.
And also, Spooner saying that the extreme cash on the Cubs early and then the money coming in on the Reds late, that's perfect. I mean, I think it's a Deacon Mike says Boyd will give up some runs, in my opinion. His opinion, it's not. Boyd isn't probably as good as his numbers indicate. He's solid. It's just the Reds aren't hitting lefties. So Cubbies for me. Billy Friedrich on Stevenson over 1.5 bases at plus 130. Let's hear from Mr. Bouquett. Cubbies, Reds, take it away.
No, I think you guys said it all here. I saw that same thing you did where we used to play poker at. I was semi interested in the Cubs. All the other books had the Cubs opening up as favorites. It's just a suspicious line, like you said. I close your eyes, you'd still expect it to be like minus 130 Cincinnati Reds. So I agree. I haven't moved on it. I don't think I am. Just volume control kind of thing, I guess, for me. But it would be Cubs or nothing here for me, and I think the Cubs very much win this game. So
yeah, you guys are going to keep me off this game here. I'm not gonna move on this one.
I will be betting the Cubs. I'm not going to put it in now. So let's say the show ends and there's a 15-cent move to the Reds. Then I probably don't move on it. If it stays the same, I'm going to move on it. And if it moves another 10 cents toward the Cubs, I'll deal with the consequences. If I wasn't here live during the show, I would just bet it right now. But I'm going to move on it. And I wanted to move on it. AM says over smash. SBK says Cubs legit World Series contender, perfect spot to be the good division rival with their ace on the mound. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And Deacon says don't bet it now. Have to wait until you remove the St. Louis gear. All right, let's roll on. 6:40 p.m. Eastern. Milwaukee Brewers 25-26, 10-16 on the road to the Pittsburgh Pirates 17-34, 11-15 at home. PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I think what was making me nervous. Again. For me, it's just about creating the worksheet to present to you guys. That's the most important thing. It's more important than getting my action in, making sure that it's all detailed and done. Like I can get my action in with you guys during the show. And my concern was that a lot of my action was cute. And I wanted all to kind of, and it's not. I wanted the over in this one. But this is now a 6.5. Yeah. It's not the most legit 6.5. It's minus 119 to the over. This was minus 113 to the under to begin with. There was a legit move towards the over, and that's gone away. And I don't necessarily I want to talk this out, but that was my instinct here. And maybe the sample size is not quite enough to, follow through. But let's talk about it. 56 Fahrenheit, 12.5 miles out to center. Dies down to 8.9. I know it's a pitcher's ballpark and it's cool, so I don't care that much about the wind blowing out, but it does help a little bit. Freddie Peralta has been very good this year, but he's not been very good on the road. He he's been good. I'll just leave it at good. 31 2/3. He's had 6 starts. He's allowed 23 hits, which is great, but 5 of those 23 hits have gone yard. The K to walk ratio is nowhere near what it is at home. I mean, at home, he's just a bet-on pitcher immediately. Not so on the road. 14 earned runs over the 31 2/3. His splits are great. Lefties 206, 587, righties 179, 576. There's something going on with Skeens at home. You put him in, the marquee spots, whether it be Wrigley or, in Philly, or you put him in these marquee spots and he, delivers. He's not been very good at home. I don't want to put too much into that. It's only 4 starts, 24 innings. He's allowed 20 hits, 11 earned runs, 19 strikeouts in 24 innings. Does that sound like Paul Skeens to you? 4 home runs allowed in 24 innings? Chill Will in the house. What up, Chill Will? So, Brewers versus righties, 225, 647 OPS. Pirates versus righties, 226, 20 OPS. The bullpens are trash. No, maybe I'm a little harsh on the Brewers bullpen at 4.14, but Pirates bullpen 5.67 ERA last 30 days. I mean, it's been trash all year long. We've had a very slight move to the under. Very slight. Now we've had a legitimate move to the under from its high watermark on the over. And then on the money line here, we have Skeens at -120. He opened up at -118. So this market not moving, towards him. When we get looking at the cash flow, 54% of the tickets and 80% of the cash is on Pittsburgh. Well, if that's the case, why is this line not moving towards him? You have 86% of the tickets on the under and just 65% of the cash. I don't want to double up here. And Troy saying 3 of those home runs were in 1 inning. That's important. I don't want to double up here, but I had a lot of interest in this over. So here we go. Jose Bouquett, get us started here. Brewers, Pirates.
Yeah, I think my favorite pitcher to fade this year, now that Garrett Cole is dead and gone, has been Paul Skeens. The lines he gets are just ridiculously inflated because of how good he is, but the Pirates find a way to lose these damn games. I just did the quick math and research. 3-1 this year so far betting against Paul Skeens. I'm not even counting my Cubs live bets from the other show where I just bet him 3 times against him and we came out victorious that day. So I'm just going to keep on fading Paul Skeens. And just based off, the podcasts I've been listening to and stuff, just know that Paul Skeens is already on the trade clock.
So you think they lied when they said that won't be traded this season? You think it was
No, it's not this season. I think they're going to drain the clock here a little bit, and when he gets into his first arbitration year, that's when the time comes where he'll start getting paid much more money than he is now, and he'll probably get shipped off somewhere, and the whole thing will begin. But I already just think Paul Skeens is kind of over it too. So he'll pitch well, sure. Give him 7 strong innings, 8 on strong innings, but the Pirates will be the Pirates, and they will lose. So Brewers money line for me +111. All the money all over the Pirates, like you said, because everyone loves betting Paul Skeens, but we fade him.
Jose making a move here on the Brewers. I prefer the over. I mean, Peralta's not being lights out on the road. Let's hear what Wine Time has to say about this. Take it away, Wine Time.
Yeah, that's an interesting pitching matchup right here. 2 of the better pitchers right now. If you look at their statistics, but Jose just mentioned it, the Pirates just don't hit for Skeens. I mean, I think his last start they lost 1-0.
It was beautiful, Wine Time. It was beautiful.
And it does look like he is over it. If you listen to him in these interviews, he just doesn't really seem stoked to be there. I mean, I don't know. We'll see if he gets traded this year. I mean, if the Pirates do that, they're going to have to get a load for this guy. I don't know.
It won't be this year. I agree with Justin.
No, yeah,
It'll be the next 2 years.
Yeah, it can't happen this year. It's just too early. He's got to tough it out there. He plays at a beautiful ballpark, man. But this is going to – you guys know me. I don't bet Paul Skeens games. I haven't bet one this season. My ROI betting him last year was not good. And going into this season, I didn't really know how to attack his starts. I didn't know how to attack his games. If I would have been fading him in spots, I probably would have had a similar record to Jose because I have liked certain spots where I'm on the other side of him. And like in last game when he pitched, I wanted to be on the other side of that. They lose 1-0. It's just I've stuck to this. I haven't taken a Paul Skeens game all year this season. This is going to be a good matchup. I like where Jimmy's going on the over. I'm seeing a 6.5 right now at -120. That looks like good because I do think that both these teams could put some runs on the board here. I know that both these pitchers' numbers are really good, but I do see some volatility here today in this game. Look at the team total for the Brewers, over 3.5 plus 110. That kind of looks decent too. This is going to be a stay away game for me as of right now. Like I said, I haven't bet a Paul Skeens game this year, and I don't think I'm going to get going here today, but I do have a lean towards the Brewers. If this line continues to go towards the Brewers, like let's say if this I'm seeing right now plus 110. If this closes as the Brewers like plus 100 or even the favorite, that's going to tell you everything you need to know. I don't know if that will happen, but I'm going to stay away from this game, guys. I know I've had some passes, but we got some action here coming up that I am going to move on.
Interesting. Yeah, and we're all getting different numbers depending on what sites we're using to, study the cash flow here. Whether or not you want to believe actions or believe, wager talks or believe whatever you want to trust here. But Troy says the first 5 line is moved 20 cents. So at that point, the 58% of the bets and 53% of cash on the Brewers. I mean, obviously that's full game cash. So I don't know if that. I don't think that you need to use the cash at all as a an angle to back your argument, Troy. I mean, the argument is backed by the fact that the line has moved 20 cents. Let's just again. Why don't I'll just take a quick look at what they're doing first 5 here. The first 5 line, it's pretty big 4 schemes. And some books have gone, further than others, but a 15-cent move where we used to play poker, and that's a legit move because that didn't open up. The first 5 didn't open up till 11 o'clock at night. So it's a very legit move here. Troy says Pirates are winning the first 5. Wait till I bet the Brewers if you want them, but I don't recommend it, says Troy Torrance. So the over 6
game was earlier.
Say what, my man?
I wish this game was earlier during our show so we could do that.
What was your line then on the Brewers?
Plus 111.
Plus
full
1.
game. So Troy, don't you worry.
Okay, well I'm very interested in the over 6.5 still. I am curious to see where that closes. But let's roll on to our next spot on the board. We have my dude, and Skinner is confirmed for Edmonton, says Billy Friedrich. And I
think John Claude told you that he was confirmed. He already knew that.
Yeah,
his
he
sources
did.
In Edmonton told him.
Good old Moose Jaw boy, Jean Claude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk about Nationals Park here in Washington, D.C. And there is our friend Nut Flush Allen in the house. Says, can't stay in the chat, but please check your text. Much love to the entire Low Bag family. Love you guys. We'll be back soon. We miss you, Nut Flush, very, very much. Very, very much. And we also, both Nut Flush and the Big Ragu will be back in capping with us here shortly. And we miss them both very, very much. I love to both the Ragu family and the Nut Flush Allen family. And Nut Flush gave me a very, very interesting text on the Kansas City Royals, which we will discuss when we get to that Royals game. But let's start here with Giants Nats, National Park in Washington, D.C. with Landon Roop, at 2-3, 4.11 ERA, 1.43 WHIP, 47 strikeouts in 46 innings, 16 walks, and 6 home runs. Last start, 1-0 extra inning win at home versus the Athletics. 6 innings, 5 hits, 5 Ks, and 2 walks. On the road, he has struggled a little. I mean, obviously, you're going to struggle more on the road than you will at Oracle Park in San Francisco. Shout out to our guy Fat Wally in the house. NASCAR Coca-Cola 600 outrights. We popped it on the screen earlier, but for those of you guys who missed it, Logano 14-1, Elliott 16-1. Those are $100 pops, and then $25 pops on Hamlin, Suarez, Dillon there for our guy Fat Wally in the house. Thank you, Wally. All copied and pasted. And shout out to the Skunt Blaster, fresh off cashing with the Nats yesterday. Going back to the Orioles money line and the Golden State Valkyries as well for our guy, the Skunt Blaster, blessing our action. Thank you Skunt, my friend. And perfect timing because we're talking about those Washington Nationals. Mackenzie Gore on the hill, 2-4, 3.67 ERA, 1.30 whip, 84 strikeouts and 56 in the third. That's incredible. But he's also allowed 8 home runs, which is not incredible. His last start, 4-3 win at the Orioles. He had 9 strikeouts and 3 2/3. 9 strikeouts and 10 hits he allowed. It was wildly disjointed, but they weren't, heavy hits. And he was fortunate that game went under. Crazy. At home, though, he's been better. He's been good everywhere except of late. 176 opponents batting average, 35 strikeouts, 5 walks is a phenomenal K to walk ratio. Lefties hitting him, these reverse splits again. 242 average, 778 OPS. Righties, 263, 718 OPS. And shout out to our guy, Razor Sharp Picks, who's also on the Washington Nationals. Same with Drewski on the Washington Nationals. Irish King says Roop is ass. And my dude's play of the day is the Nerfy at minus 190 in this game. He's on Roop over 4.5 hits at plus 105. And then he's got a Marlins action, which we will be discussing here shortly. T-Moss on the first 5 under as well. And Ronnie Lofton on Abrams over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs at minus 110. So let's get to work here. We'll be wine time will be getting us hitting lead off here. So let me just set up the line history. We have, again, that's the back of first 5. Let me just quickly move full game. We have the Nats right now, full game, sitting at minus 111. They opened up at minus 103. So we've had 8 cents of movement towards the Washington Nationals. And then on the total, we have a 7.5. Wow, interesting. This just moved to 7.5. Well, it didn't just move. It's about an hour and 45 minutes ago it moved. But none of the other books have done that. So very, very, very interesting. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, we have 58% of the tickets and 83% of the cash on the San Francisco Giants. And yet we're watching this line move towards the Nationals. Then we have 67% of the tickets but on the under, but 81% of the cash on the over. This is a fascinating spot. Take it away for us here. Wine time. Giants Nationals.
Yeah, this can be my first official play given out on the show today, guys. I love that. Shout out to my guy Razor in the chat. He said he's on the Nationals. I'm right there with you. I'm on the Washington Nationals minus 110 on the money line. I think Gore's going to go out there and pitch a really good game against this Giants batting order. Washington Nationals playing some really good ball this last week. James Wood, man, this guy is just developing in front of our eyes right now. 22 years old, playing some really big time ball. I know CJ Abrams, he was kind of like the backbone young guy of this team, but James Wood, man, this guy is an animal. If you see him at the plate, man, this guy is a scary guy to face. This Nationals team in the future is, that the kind of load that they got for Juan Soto, getting the CJ Abrams, getting these guys, it was huge for them and for their future. Here in DC on a Friday night, I expect them to take care of business against the Giants team that's also playing some really good ball lately. I'm just believing in this Nationals team. I think that they're going to have spurts this season where they go on runs and then where they probably lose a couple games in a row because they are very young. But when you get that taste of winning in your mouth at a young age, especially in baseball, you don't want that to go out. And these guys want to keep it going here. They're going to be Friday night at home in DC. I expect the Nationals to take care of business. Mackenzie Gore giving up 10 hits in 3 2/3 last game. I think he's going to go out there and give us 7 strong innings today. It's going to be hard to hit this guy. Look at his strikeout props. He's going to go 7 innings today. I'm on the Washington Nationals money line minus 110, my first official play. And then, guys, also, we talked about it earlier on the show in the game 1. I'm going to do it. I'm going to move on the team total for the Baltimore Orioles over 4.5 minus 110. I'm going to tweet both of these plays out right now. I already placed them. They're already pending right now, so I've got them going. These are my 2 first plays I'm giving out on the show. Orioles team total over 4.5 minus 110 in game 1, and Nationals money line full game minus 110 here.
Sancho, I'm not on the Nats yet. I understand the inability of the Giants to hit lefties at 222, 626, but the biggest advantage in this baseball game, I don't think, is Gore over Roop. And I could easily be wrong. I think the biggest advantage is the Giants bullpen against the Nats bullpen. But you could say that there's a solid advantage with the Nats against righties versus the Giants versus lefties. I see what you guys are looking at. I have concern with Gore's last few starts. Now, the start at home against the Cardinals, 6 2/3, allowing 4 earned runs. There's nothing wrong with that. He's walked 9 batters in his last 3 starts. And he's been better at home. I'm listening. I'm just listening right now at this point. Take it away, Jose Bouquett, Giants, Nationals.
Yeah, the fact that the Nationals are favored in this game is very interesting. The Giants, record-wise, one of the better teams in baseball. I'm thinking of doing the old Peter Loshak and just being safe here. Shout out to wherever you are, Pete.
Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Huh?
I'm sitting here just looking at Nationals first 5 money line minus 150, and I'm just like, ugh. It feels like that should be the spot here. I want to avoid the Nationals' shitty bullpen. Yesterday they had Finnegan, who blew a save throw, Jorge Lopez, Jose Ferrer, Cole Henry, and Jackson Rutledge all throw yesterday. All probably will be available today, as well as Brad Lord, who threw 29 pitches. Maybe he won't be available. But I just don't trust this bullpen. I just really don't. And this does scream Nationals. And maybe I'll feel like a head ass taking first 5 here. But I'll lay the juice. I'll eat the juice, as I like to say. And I'll take Nationals first 5 money line minus 150. Maybe it's one of my worst bets of the year here because of how much juice I'm laying. It went from, by the way, minus 135 to minus 150. Here, or excuse me, minus 125, it seems, where we used to play poker. So it's just a huge movement in their direction. And again, I just want to avoid the Nationals bullpen. I thought about taking the minus a half, but I don't love not having the push available. And I saw Troy say this is going to be a 0-0 game heading into the 5th.
I mean, it's telling. We talked about the move to 7.5. That's why I don't think it's a terrible bet, because the market is implying low volatility in this baseball game. And in low volatility spots, taking that minus a half is not helpful.
No. So I have to eat the juice, and then if that's what I got to do, that's what I got to do. So minus 150 officially for me.
Yeah. And we have wine time. What was the number you got on the Nats?
Nationals money line full game minus 110.
I'm going to need more time on it. AM saying an easy over here. Roop has looked pretty good the last few starts. He's allowed 4 earned runs over his last 3 starts. That start at the Cubs, not easy. 5 innings, just 2 earned runs. 4 were scored. Then at Minnesota's hitting the ball hard right now. And he, 2 earned runs over 5 innings. Then he shuts down the Athletics at home, which... I just going to need more time. I'm going to need more time here. Storage Club says why Giants are not plus money. The Giants are 29 and 21 overall. Both teams are 500. Like the Giants are 500 on the road. The Nats are 500 at home. I think this all makes sense here. Okay, so let's roll. I'm gonna need more time on it, but I've taken all the notes, so I will study it more. Let's roll on. Let's roll on to Blue Jays Rays. Way to George M. Steinbrenner Field in Tampa, Florida. While I like that Eric Lauer wants to have a career in Major League Baseball, I'm not entirely sure if we can trust what's been happening here. The Jays gave him a start, but they still allowed him to go 3 innings, 3 hits. He didn't walk a batter. He allowed 1 run. It was a solo shot. Struck out 5. He's thrown 5 innings on the road, just 5, and he's looked really good. Again, I don't know what to make of it. I know he's pitching for his life, and I'd like to romanticize those spots, but it's do that with peril. Let's pull up the weather here for the spot. We have AM saying that the weather's not too big of a deal. 89 Fahrenheit, feels like 90, and 6.3 miles per hour to right. So we know that the wind changes at night and later into the games. It looks like it doesn't start coming in until 11 p.m., and this game starts at 7. So it shouldn't be too big of a deal, but we know that happens here. Justin McKelvey says Blue Jays pen taxed. Coin saying Tampa Bay versus left-handed pitching. And we're going to get this a few times here. And shout out to our guy Gorky, Olympiacos and Red Sox, game 1 on the money line for our friend Gorky, who broke his maiden yesterday in a great horse race.
His maiden head destroyed.
He broke it. So let's talk about Drew Rasmussen. So, okay, again, Rays versus lefties, 201, 559 OPS. The Jays are hitting right now, and they have a history with Drew Rasmussen. AM says Ballpark Pals. This says -5% runs. Billy Friedrich on the under 9. Trutel says Blue Jays are the number 1 road dog team here. And Troy Torrance says, what do we do when we got the Rays versus starting left-handed pitching? The same thing we do when they are a plus money dog, and that is fade them. That is fade them. Jose, set up the Rasmussen, if you don't mind. Set up the Rasmussen against the Jays. I'm not sure which. I've lost the order, so we'll just get Jose to get us started here on this one. But Rasmussen's been excellent this year. 2.93 ERA, 1 whip, 40 Ks in 46 innings. He has allowed 6 home runs. Coming off 4-0 win at the Marlins, 6 innings, 4 hits, no runs, 5 Ks, and no walks. At home, he started 6 games, and he's been quite good. Just 24 hits allowed over the 30 innings. 10 earned runs, 5 home runs, maybe a little too much. His splits are great. This is an interesting spot. So first off, the total is, let me move over to the book I like to use for our line history. The total is a 9. It's -112 to the under. It's opened up -105 to the under. 7 cents of movement towards the under. On the money line here, we have the Jays at +124. They opened up at +129. This line's moved 5 cents towards the Jays. And the Jays bullpen has been quite strong. 3.74 ERA in the last 30 days. Rays bullpen surprised us here. Razor Sharp Pick says Toronto's 1-6 straight up last 7 against Tampa. Billy Friedrich says, is this park still racking up unders at night? Not quite. Not to the same extent. Razor saying Toronto 1-5 straight up in the last 6 games when playing on the road against Tampa. I know they didn't look good in that series. We just had it up north. Take it away for us, Jose. Lauer, Rasmussen, Jays, Rays.
Yeah, so Rasmussen, his last start shut out against Miami, like you just mentioned. Interesting, though, against the Toronto Blue Jays. Last appearance was a relief appearance in 24, so I threw that out. 3-2 victory, shutout, 2 innings there. Good for him. He had 4 consecutive losses against them from 23 to 22. 4 1/3, 8 hits, 5 earned runs, 6 1/3, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 4 innings, 6 hits, 4 earned runs, and then 6 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned run. So, it's some good, some bad. Vladdy and Bo hit him pretty well. 286 average for Vladdy, 2 doubles, a home run, and 21 plate appearances, or 22 plate appearances, excuse me. Not 900, 842 OPS. That's fine. Same thing with Bouquett, 300 batting average against, 20 plate appearances, 6 hits, 1 double, 3 RBI. So it's not much like power on the damage, but they get to him here. I just, I've ended up staying off this game. The market, you just mentioned, Jimmy, I'll echo it again. 73% of the bets are on are on the Tampa Bay Rays, and 54% of the money are on the Eric Lauer and the Blue Jays here. 95% of the bets, 91% of the money on the under in this game. Under, as you guys can see here. Maybe we'll get an 8.5 in this game because I'm seeing juice going towards the under, but it wasn't a game I looked at. I will say it is Rays or pass, though. I'm seeing the -145 opener now down to -130, so you can easily see why you guys are on the Blue Jays, but nothing here for me.
The Blue Jays are certainly appealing. Wine time, take it away.
Yeah, Blue Jays are very appealing here, guys, especially if you backed them in these last 3 games against the San Diego Padres, man. Just printed out money in these last 3 games. Blue Jays, second now in the AL East, 1 game over 500. Tampa Bay Rays, one of the scrappier teams in baseball, though. Them and the Nationals, I feel like in those later innings, they're just so scrappy. They never give up in these games. But that being said here, I do think this is a Toronto Blue Jays spot here, even though they're coming off a sweep in San Diego. I can get +125 on them right now. as of right now, I didn't move on this game. I do think Lawyer can go out there and probably pitch pretty well. Drew Rasmussen's a guy that I'd like to back in the past. I don't know if I could back him here. I'm not going to. It's a tough game right here for me to actually pull the trigger on the Blue Jays just because I've made money on them the last 3 games. I feel like I've already made my money off them the last 3 games. Why go back to them today? But at the same time, they're playing some good baseball, some inspiring baseball. Good sweep against the San Diego Padres, one of the better teams in baseball. I mean, that lineup is deep 1 through 9, especially 1 through 4. It's one of the best lineups you'll ever see, ever. And they had a good series against the Detroit Tigers. So it's a tough spot here. This isn't enough conviction for me to move on the Toronto Blue Jays. It is my lean. I'm curious to see where this line goes as the day goes on right now. But I have a lean towards the Blue Jays here in this spot. I just think they can continuously keep it rolling here. But not enough for me to move on them officially. So this is going to be a stay away.
My problem here is I can't trust Eric Lauer, but maybe I should. Maybe I should just trust him here. He's playing for his life. He's playing for his career. And he's going up against a team that's not hitting lefties. So maybe I should just let go and just trust him. I don't know. I'm going to need more time. I've got to sit with this for longer. I can't. So I'm interested in the Blue Jays. I need to sit with it and study it a little bit more. So, Jose, anything that you are grabbing?
Nope. No, we can move on.
And shout out to Gorky, the Battlehawks. Team total over 25.5. And then these Battlehawks and Stars together here for our friend Gorky. Okay. And Troy, I'd like to know too if you are hammering the Jays, because that will also interest me. Troy Thorne says no better chance to trust them. You know, it's now or never. I guess another appealing part of this is, you know, the Jays were off yesterday, so their bullpen is fresh. Oh no, they weren't. That was the extra inning game against. That was the early game against the Padres. So can you give me their bullpen health very quickly? Sorry to drop this on you, Jose. Can you give me their bullpen health?
Yeah, sure. Everyone got used yesterday. I think most everyone will be available again. Hoffman, 23 pitches yesterday, blew a save, probably not available. 9 pitches from Yimi, he will be available. 24 from Yariel Rodriguez, I doubt he is. 34 from Brendan Little, doubt he is. Chad Green, 12. Mason Flaherty, 12. He also probably available. And Braden Fisher, 3 pitches, got the win. So that's everyone he threw. That means that leaves Jose Urania, who you probably don't want to see on the bump. He threw 35 pitches the day before. So
no, you definitely do not want him. I don't know. I'm on the fence here. I don't feel like it's a slam dunk spot, but maybe it is. So I'm going to sit with it a little longer. Let's roll on. As Jose knows, I am a Slade Ciccone fan.
Come on the bandwagon, Jimmy. Join us today.
I am a fan. And here's a kid who's, you know, I was surprised that the Diamondbacks didn't want him as part of the future. I know he was bad last year, but we see that with these young pitchers. So now he has a fresh start here, a fresh start with Cleveland. And he had problems last year. One of the problems was he was getting barreled nonstop. He allowed 1.9 homers per 9 innings. He strikes out 8 on Saturday. He allows 3 runs and 5 hits. Doesn't walk a batter over 5+. He started his campaign late because of an oblique injury. And even in that start on Saturday, he looked great. 4 scoreless. And then he gets touched. You can't. It's just if it seems like when batters get a second look at Ciccone, they just rake him. And last year he was bad. I'm not going to pretend he was. 77 innings, 6.66 ERA with a 1.42 whip. I mean, it's terrible. Going up against Jackson Jobe, a very highly thought of pitcher, 4-0, 4.12 ERA, 1.45 whip. His last start, 6 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 5 Ks, 2 walks, and a 3-2 win at the Jays. At home, 3 games. He has started 15 2/3, 12 hits, 4 earned runs, 16 Ks, 10 walks, 1 homer, 218 opponents batting average. Righties are the ones that have been getting to Jackson Jobe. And we talk about this, quite a lot with Cleveland. You have Ramirez and Santana as switchies, but their righties are horrible. I mean, they're pure righties. What, Lane Thomas and then Arias? This is probably a great opportunity for Jackson Jobe. The Guardians aren't hitting righties either. 229, 689 OPS. Tigers are smashing righties. 256, 759 OPS. And the Guardians' bullpen's been bad. The Tigers' bullpen has not been very good either of late. Let's get into the weather in Detroit. 55 Fahrenheit, feels like 47, 11.6 miles per hour to left center, dies down at 9.8 miles per hour. Let's pull up the line history here. The line history, we have the Tigers at minus 115. They opened up minus 130. So we have a 12-cent move towards the Guardians, which is saying that Slade Ciccone is, well, let's okay, it's just that saying that the Guardians are live. Let's leave it at that. Let's go to the total before we start making assumptions on whether the market believes in Slade Ciccone here. We have an 8.5. This opened up at 8.5, just minus 104 to the over. And then it got up to 9. It wasn't a real 9. Now it's 8.5 minus 120. So 16 cents of movement. That's a lot of movement here. And then when we take a look at the cash flow for this Guardians game, we have 65% of the tickets, 63% of the cash on Detroit in this line moving to the Guardians. 63% of tickets on the under, but 91% of cash on the over, and the books are, respecting it. So here we go. Wine time. Take it away, Guardians Tigers.
Yeah, this is going to be another play. I'm going to move on officially with you guys on the show at the best line available at my book, which is plus 105 on the Cleveland Guardians here. I think that they're live here in this spot. We're seeing the line move towards them dramatically here. From what I'm seeing on action, about 20% of bets on it, less than that, even on the cash on them. Line continues to move towards their way. They're coming off a nice win yesterday, 7-0. So all the Detroit backers have been back in Detroit this season. I'm sure we'll be on them again today. Thinking they're going to get a comeback here against the division rivals. It's kind of crazy. The AL Central, is that the best division in the AL right now?
Crazy
records. It's just crazy. It used to be if you could get to 500, you win that division. At this point, these teams are playing really well here. I see my guy Troy in there says Tigers. Hate to see that, but I am on the Cleveland Guardians here. I got plus 105 just now. I'm going to tweet it out. I just made the play official on my book. I love the Guardians today. I think they're going to get it done. Detroit Tigers, don't get me wrong, they've been playing some great baseball, but you guys have heard me say I do think there's going to be some negative regression for them throughout the season. Sitting here, what are they right now? 33-18, 15 games over 500. If they, at the end of the season, are 15 games over 500, that will absolutely blow my mind. I do think this team will most likely win the division. It's going to come down to these two teams, and if the Guardians can get a sweep here against the Detroit Tigers, I know this is game 2, but they're not too far out of it. I'm on the Cleveland Guardians plus 105 today. I think they're live to win this game, so getting some nice plus money on them. I wish I would have been on them yesterday. Could have got a plus 120. I was really close to it, but I'm going to end up moving on the Cleveland Guardians here. I already did move on it. I just have to tweet it out now at this point. I'll probably wait to tweet it out after the show. Just because we have some time, but I am going to tweet out plus 105 on the Cleveland Guardians.
Well, he says we can both win, which means that he must be on first 5. That must be that. And then you are not alone on the Cleveland Guardians. Wow. Interesting. Very, very interesting cap here. Mr. Bouquet, Guardians, Tigers.
Yeah, Cleveland Guardians for me, money line, full game, plus 106. I think Jackson Jobe is a little bit of a fraud bitch, and I think he gets touched up today by the Cleveland Guardians. So I am on Cleveland plus 106.
Let's go.
Wow. Jackson Jobe, a fraud bitch.
Yeah, I'm older than him, so I can say that thing. You know? He's got to respect his elders, that fucking young punk.
The 3rd overall pick out of high school. You're
Yeah.
calling a fraud bitch, Jose.
Yeah, he's 4-0. He's not that good.
Oh, you mean his win-loss record is fraudulent?
Yes.
Okay, please.
I know how you feel about these young, high-drafted pitchers, Jimmy, so don't you worry. But he's a fraud bitch today, and I'm going to take his pants, and we're going to win money off him.
First pitch about to go underway here in Baltimore. Or in Boston, I should say. My bad.
Huh. Well, this is, is interesting with Jose Winetime Razor. I'm going to need to study it more, but I've got you guys listed here. So you got plus 106, Jose?
Yeah.
And then we have...
I got plus 105. I could have got plus 106, but when I pressed the submit button, it rejected it and it went down to plus 105. So, I got plus 105.
Wow. All right. I don't know. But Justin McKelvey's on the Tigers over 4.5. 3rd overall pick out of high school. Let's roll on, shall we? We have the LA Dodgers. LA Dodgers are next up for us. The Dodgers head to the New York Mets. This is an interesting one here because the pitcher that I got made fun of for backing nonstop is now turned into an ace.
Yeah, hopefully a Cy Young Award winner for some of our cappers out there.
Yeah, I don't...
This guy bet on himself this season, Griffin Canyon. He literally signed a 1-year, $5 million deal. This guy is going to get paid, man. Paid.
I bet you he doesn't. I bet you he gets another 1-year deal.
I don't know. We'll see. But I mean,
I love
this guy when he was on the Angels. There's just a couple spurts of him. I feel like he was a little bit younger, but it seems like he's really matured over the last couple of years, and he's handling himself really well.
He didn't pitch for 2 years because of a back injury, man. Cut him some slack. I agree with one time. He'll demand term because still, I'm sure the back is in the back of his head always, so he'll demand term, but I can understand teams maybe not believing in it. And our guy 9 Legacy with Troy on the Tigers. We have best bets coming in from BJ Braves as well as the New York Knicks for our friend BJ. Let's roll on. God, Nate's so funny, man. Okay, Clayton Kershaw here did not look good in that home start against the Angels. And now he faces a team that hits lefties hard in the New York Mets, 253, 759. Now, no team in Major League Baseball over the last 30 days hits righties or lefties as hard as the LA Dodgers. They have a 1,000 OPS now against lefties over the last 30 days. But Kershaw must be vulnerable here. But AM says this total is way too high. He is on the under 9 at minus 120. And BJ, thank you for taking the time, my man. So let's take a look at the weather to get us started here in Dodgers Mets. 60 Fahrenheit, 8.9 miles per hour left to right, and slightly in. And then it's no longer in. Then it's just left to right. And it's even like a slightly out. Line history wise, we heard AM say this total is just way too high. It's no longer a 9. Oh, I guess it didn't open at 9. It opened at 8.5. It moved to 9 this morning a couple times. It's back at 8.5. It is minus 115 to the over, which means we had 5 cents of movement towards the over. Then on the money line, we have these LA Dodgers right now. Sorry, where is it? The LA Dodgers at minus 106. Minus 106. They opened up at minus 115. So we've had a move towards the Mets, which makes sense. And then cash flow wise.
You all right over there?
Yeah, the guys are making me laugh. Cash flow wise, here we have 62% of tickets, 59% of cash on the Mets, 56% of tickets, and 93% of cash on the under. This is wild. Wild. Sweaty Butchers, I heard bats. Why not lean to an over here? Mr. Bouquett, Kershaw, Canning, Citi Field in Queens, New York. Mets 17-5 at home. Can they make it 18-5 against the Dodgers team that's only one game over 500 on the road?
Yeah, I went back and forth with this game, and I think it's going to be a stay off game for me because of how much back and forth I've gone. But this just felt like there's no fairy tales in Shawshank kind of situation. Like I just feel like Clayton Kershaw. I know he's younger than Scherzer and Verlander, but it feels like he's just right along with them. He's had all these shoulder things. Now we expected him to do this coming into the season. He's going to come in midway. But at this point now, like the Dodgers, like in the preseason, they were like, okay, we got like 17 pitchers. Like if Kershaw comes back, it's just like a cherry on top of the sundae. But now they kind of need him to be good. And I just don't know if he's going to be good. So I stayed off. I leaned over as well. Shout out to Griffin Canning. He'll ask for those 3-year deals. And if the Chicago White Sox or someone shitty wants to give him a 3-year deal, go ahead. But I think this might be a flash in the pan year, and I respect it. But I think this might be just that one really good year he has, and maybe he falls off after. But he's been pitching really well this year, so I can't talk shit. I just don't want to back him against the best offense in baseball, allegedly. So I stayed off.
Ricky says, wait till Canning sees these teams second time around. It'll be different. Billy Brisbane says, Mets scored 25 runs in the last 10 games. The New York Mets will reward him. They're not trying to find cash underneath the sofa. I think that the Mets must be back early in this game. I think we need to attack Kershaw until he proves us otherwise. And I don't see why he would here. Maybe you'd say, well, Mets aren't hitting, so this is a good spot for Kershaw. I mean, let's just take a quick look here, very, very quickly here at the New York Mets of late, because they still have. Okay, here, I don't even need to do this quick look. Jose, what is the Mets' last 15 days weighted runs created plus against lefties?
Sure. Would you rather have the full month or specifically the last 15 days?
Just 15 days.
All right. So let me just adjust this real quick. I've got to do some math here. Don't love doing math. All right. The New York Mets, and it's obviously kind of a small sample size. Not that bad, actually. 189 plate appearances, 82 weighted runs created plus against lefties.
He's got to be touched, doesn't he? Now, Skunt says line opening where it did with Kershaw on the mound and the Mets rolling, but the Mets aren't rolling, are they?
2-3 last 5 games. I mean, they just lost a series to the Boston Red Sox.
I just think that we have to fade Kershaw early right now. So I'm gonna look at Mets early. I'm not sure how I will. The first threes are expensive, but I probably still prefer Canning that first time through. And then, Robert Cherry also on the Mets here. Okay. And then, maybe that's an interesting point, Sir Mackey, saying that but they play at night in LA. It can get cold there. And JW says Mets 7-1 in game 1 after a win line is fishy. I don't think it is fishy, JW, personally. The Dodgers will always have that cachet. The Mets have not been hitting the ball well of late. And Wage Detective saying Kershaw 11 over Mets in career 2.03 ERA. Did that Kershaw roll up the games in a wheelchair? I don't care. Like, I put a line through that. I'm not going to double up though, but I want to attack Kershaw. Now, if he can get through the first inning comfortably, maybe he can roll. But I would like to attack Kershaw here. One time, anything you want to add to Dodgers Mets before we move on?
Yeah, guys, I'm going to give out the last couple of shows I came out here and I've given some first 5 plays. I'm going to give another one out here. I'm going to give out the over first 5 plus 100 here in this ball game. I think the Mets are going to touch up Kershaw. I don't have any belief in Clayton Kershaw, guys. I don't think this guy should be pitching still in the major leagues. I think he's on his way out.
God damn.
I'm just I mean, that's just my opinion, you know, from what, especially how I saw him pitch against the Angels, just getting into these falling behind on these hitters too early on in the games. I just don't think he has enough left in the tank. Griffin Canning, I think he could potentially get touched here in this spot too, against the Dodgers batting order. Ohtani didn't have a hit yesterday. Could maybe look at his props, but I'm going to be on the over 5, and then I have a lean towards the Mets here in this spot against Clayton Kershaw. I just think the Mets are going to be able to score runs here today, especially in the first 5. I don't think Kershaw is going to probably pitch more than 3 or 4 innings today because he's going to get lit up. I'm on the first 5 over 5 plus 100 here. I just expect runs from both sides. I think the Dodgers are going to be able to get some runs up against Canning as well. So I'm going to stay away from the sidewise in this, but I'm going to move on the over 5 plus 100. Also, over 5 plus 100, and then I've got a full game over here at 8.5. What is it? Juice the over at minus 120. I think there's going to be runs scored earlier in this game rather than later. So I'm on the over here in this spot early. Over 5 plus 100.
Wager Ticket says in 2023 at 7 innings pitched, no earned runs. You know, I don't. Mets can't hit lefties though. Yeah, we're talking about Mets. We're confusing that. Sorry, Ricky. We're talking about the Mets against the lefty, obviously here, and Bayo K's the side. Wow, thanks, Coin. That's wild. Okay, first 5 over 5 at plus 100, and also Ricky talking about how the Dodgers have seen Canning. I mean, they haven't seen him this year, and he's added and changed. So I lean towards a first 3 with the Mets. I think that's what I'll probably end up on. But
what's the first 3 over, Jim?
Let's take a look here. I mean,
2.5, I assume.
Oh yeah, but what juice? It'll be minus 140 to the over, plus 100 to the under. Okay, let's roll on. So that Mets first 3 is what I expect to rock on. All right, let's roll on to our next spot. We had our guy BJ jump in and tell us that his best bet here is the Atlanta Braves money line. Let me go back through the action. Don't forget, we have Chang Kim for friends and family. We have the birthday pick for both Guillermo Zertucci and Steven Fehrenbach. So we got to keep all that in mind. Looking at the best bets, we don't have a ton here for this game, but Dougie Wise is on the Dodgers. His bonus play for Dougie Wise is the Dodgers minus 105 first 5. Interesting. So Dougie Wise thinks Kershaw is going to be able to pitch well, and he knows Kershaw very well. But let's talk about this Brave spot here. We're at Truist Park in Hotlanta. And Sweaty Butcher. Let's get into the weather here in Atlanta. We have 77 Fahrenheit, feels like 73, and 8 miles per hour out to left field. It dies down, though. It dies down to 4.5, so it's not a big deal. Slick Nick Pivetta versus Chris Sale. So, Jose was right talking about how Sale was going to be vulnerable early. And I should have moved on this morning. My whole plan was to get this in this morning, and now look at it. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's there was 2 spots, the Braves and the White Sox that I wanted to move on. Now we're back to back, and here the line's just moving drastically towards. I think Chris Sale is going to dominate from here on in. I think he's going to be the best pitcher in baseball for a while. He did get off to the slow start, as predicted by Jose. We made a couple bucks fading him, but now I think he's bet on. He has only had 3 starts at home, and he hasn't looked very good in them. But again, he's been in tough situations on the road and handled them with aplomb. The Padres aren't hitting lefties at all last 30 days, 239, 630 OPS. And the Braves are hitting righties pretty hard, 265, 722 OPS. This Braves bullpen is starting to look elite, where the Padres bullpen's been trashed for last month. And then Slick Nick Pivetta here, at home in San Diego, he's absolutely lights out. And then on the road, he is, average. 11 earned runs in 19 innings, 20 Ks, 11 walks, opponents hitting 263. Spooner says line is moving because the public is learning Acuna is playing. I think this is a fade the Brave spot. I think that Chris Sale should be back in every conceivable way in every single game as we move forward until the price gets ridiculous. Chris Sale being involved, Acuna being involved in this game, means zero to me. This total is dropping. I agree with that as well. But it did open up at 7.5 and immediately moved to 8. But now, and we've had no movement on it. So then I guess we should take a look, at the cash flow. Wine time going to get us started. Let's touch on this cash flow here. Sorry, that's the Athletics game. Where the hell? Here we go. We have 75% of the tickets, 80% of cash on the under, and it's not moving. That's not too appealing. You have 67% of the tickets and 91% cash on the Braves. And Robert Cherry has a heavy lead towards the Padres. Says Pivetta is a better pitcher, and I see the Padres in a get-back spot from losing their last series, going to Atlanta on the road. Again, the Acuna being around means, again, nothing to me. But let's hear. But obviously, it's going to be in gamblers' minds, so I get it. Wine time, take it away, Padres, Braves.
Yeah, shout out to Ronald Acuna for coming back. That doesn't have anything to do with my cap in this game. It's his first game back. It's going to definitely be good for them in the long run for the season. And, the Braves playing some good ball the last couple of weeks. Padres not so well. You just got swept. Even the series against the Angels where they took 2 out of 3, their bullpen looked shaky. Like I said, though, that 1-4, that's potentially one of the best 1-4s we've ever seen, especially if you're looking at their batting averages and stuff, how well they're doing. Tatis, Arias, Manny Machado. It's crazy, man. They're just not playing good ball right here. And the Braves being right now, I'm looking at my book at a -171. This looks like a perfect parlay piece to parlay with the Minnesota Twins later on today when we talk about that. This is going to be the first leg of a parlay for me. I think Chris Sale can go out there and he's going to throw a gem. We're seeing a total at 7.5. I expect this to be like a 4-1 game, 4-2 type game here. Pivetta, I think the Braves could hit him pretty well, at least do their part here to get the win here, score 4 runs. I think that's all they're going to need because I think Chris Sale is going to go out there and throw a gem here today against the Padres. Give me Atlanta Braves, the first leg of a 2-leg parlay that we will talk about shortly. I like this spot. I wish I would have moved on a little bit earlier, but I'm going to move on it now.
I should have. Oh, God. Jose Bouquet, take it away.
Yeah, I don't have much in this game. I do think there might be an emotional drop off from Sale pitching at Fenway, returning to Fenway and all that good stuff in his last start, facing a former teammate. Maybe that'll get some going here, but I stayed off. I leaned under in this game too. Maybe first 5, first 3. Well, you guys know we don't take first 5s, but you guys get the point. I leaned under, but I just didn't have anything in this game.
So the first 3 under coin is too cheap.
That is fishy.
It's too cheap. I think Pivetta gets touched.
Should be like -140, -150, -160 if it was 2.5.
With a 7.5 total, it's too cheap. So something doesn't make me feel good about it. Spooner says Sale is the 910 OPS versus lefties. And again, I don't even really buy into that. I don't buy into his stats right now in total. I mean, do you think Arise, Jackson Merrill, and Cronenworth are going to go up to the dish thinking, look at this gas can 910 OPS against? I think that Sale is going to be absolutely bet on in every single start right now. I don't think there's going to be any letdown after going up against Fenway. I mean, Sale, the reigning Cy Young champion, he's looking at his numbers and they're not very good. So I'm gonna start, and I got to get in early. I'm gonna start backing Sale and the Braves first 5 -0.5, full game -1 on every single one of his starts moving forward. I think from this point on to the rest of the season, he's the best pitcher in Major League Baseball. Maybe I'm pushing that a little too extreme, but that's what I'm seeing from him. He just seems so locked in, and the fact that he got off to a poor start, which was properly predicted by Jose, is going to give us a better line backing him. So let's roll. Oldie says Braves bullpen hurt me yesterday. It would be a topic with my therapist. Okay. Let's roll on. Wedge Tech says Scooball. Look, yeah. I mean, look, I'm just gonna stand behind what I said, and let's move on. We have another childhood friend of our friend Wine Time and Tyler Molly on the bump, and I believe what we're seeing from Tyler Molly, but I want Sean Burke in all of his home starts as we move forward. And these were the only two things I wanted to come in on. I wanted the Braves and I wanted the White Sox. So let's roll. AM on the under 8 says, I don't understand this total. Well, let's start with the weather and the total. 53 Fahrenheit, feels like 47. It's nice conditions for the pitchers. It's blowing in left to right. From a line history standpoint, we have a total at 8, and it's juiced to the over. And it's gone up to 8.5, and then every time it does, it comes back down. There's just been a tight. I guess no. There's been a slight move towards the over, like 3-cent move towards the over, and I want to be involved in this baseball game. So let's break it down a little more. We have Burke and the White Sox at plus 170. They opened up at plus 157. And I'm not sure if that should concern me. Maybe it should. We have 93% of tickets and 91% cash on the under. 76 and 71 on Molly. Molly coming off 5-1 win at home over the Astros. He's been unhittable at home. On the road, he started 3 games and he's been quite good. 17 innings, 14 hits, 5 earned runs. He doesn't get strikeouts when he needs them, but he's getting a ton of soft contact. Sean Burke is bet on at home. On the road, he struggles. And I find some of these pitchers at right field are so backable. And here's one. Neither team's hitting righties. Both bullpens, well, Rangers bullpen's average, and White Sox bullpen is not very good, but better than we expected. There's so many different opportunities for me to move on this game, and I've got to figure it out. But I like the under early, and I like Sean Burke at home, and I want to back Sean Burke on every one of his home starts as we move forward. Jose Bouquet, take it away. Rangers, White Sox.
Yeah, I don't have much in this game. I agree. Sean Burks has been one of the guys I had on my list. I was like, oh man, maybe I fucked up. I should have picked Shane Smith instead of Sean Burke. But both those guys have been pretty decent for the White Sox. I think that this price is a little inflated. The Rangers have not shown to be a minus 190 favorite against really anyone. I know it's the White Sox, but still. But no action here from me. I'll just echo the market here real quick. One more time, 76% of the bet, 71% of the money on the Rangers here, 93 and 91 on the under there. So no action here for me.
And our guy, Billy Friedrich, says, White Sox at home. You know what that means. Auto bet Sox, first 5 plus a half. It's been printing cash, 18 and 6, first 5 home run line. And then live bet Texas. Sox are 10 and 14 straight up. Take it away here. Now, AM says, I have this at 5.4 runs scored, so this total being so high is concerning, especially considering the world is on the under. That's true. It's very, very true. Let's see if Wine Time can make some more sense out of this. Rangers, White Sox, Wine Time.
Yeah, shout out to Tyler, man. Westminster High School, man. It's crazy. 8th round draft pick, 7th or 8th round, man. You don't hear a lot of people coming out of Westminster High School, and he's one of them. This guy's been successful. He's made some really good money in the pros, and going to this season, I said he was out there pitching for his life, man. Coming off a couple surgeries his last couple years, hasn't been able to play a full healthy season. Going to this season, there were some concerns about his shoulder, wasn't in the elbow, but they just needed some time to recover. Start off early in the season. That first start, I remember he only lasted an inning or two. Just got too deep into his pitch count too early on for him coming back from injury. And now he's really starting to settle in. And I've talked about it, guys. His velo is significantly down from years past. I mean, this guy was throwing 98 when he was on the Minnesota Twins, when I went and saw him pitch at Angel Stadium a couple years ago. His velo on his fastball is like 92, 93 now. But the thing is, he's hitting his spots a lot more, and he's staying in control. Shout out to my guy, MMA Locker in Westminster, is known for coffee and boba drinks. Hey, shout out to you, my guy. I played Little League when Westminster, so yeah, I already know about that. With that being said, I think he can go out here and dominate against the Chicago White Sox lineup. It's an easy lineup for him considering the teams he's faced this season. And I know he's coming, his numbers, man, it's just crazy. I mean, is this guy like going to be up for Cy Young? Like, it's just absolutely wild, man. We'll see how the rest of his season goes, but I think this is a lineup that he can absolutely dominate. It's one of the weaker lineups in baseball. I'm not going to back him here, though. You guys touched on this price being almost a minus 200. I don't know if I can parlay that up with anything. Want my guy to go out there and have a good game, and I expect him to do that. So why not just take the under here? We're looking at an under 8 at minus 105.
Why is it an 8?
Exactly. Yeah, I know. It's a tough spot. What's the weather like right now in Chicago?
It's great. It's great for low scoring game. It's a perfect. It's cold. It's 53. Feels like 47. 7.2 miles per hour left to right and in. It does die down to 4.5. But why in the world, if all of this money, like something's up? And
yeah,
does that mean that I'm way off on Sean Burke, or does the market think Burke is a gas can because of his overall numbers, not his numbers at rate field, and that Tyler Mahle is going to get touched at some point? Something's up here. I don't feel comfortable.
Yeah, me either on a side or a total here in this game. I mean, I wanted to be on the Rangers in a parlay, and I wanted to be on the under, but it's just not enough conviction for me here. I mean, I've kind of said it the last couple of starts. It's like, I feel like Maui's going to get touched up here on one of these games, and he hasn't yet. Are the White Sox going to do it? You know, maybe they do. But it's just not enough conviction for me to take either side or even a total in this one. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to watch this game for sure.
What a mess. Jose, what do you make of the total? And then we'll move on. Do you feel like something's fishy with all the money and tickets on the under, with the expectation of Burke to pitch well at home? Mahle has phenomenal numbers, and lefty's hitting 134, 376, righty's 221, 597. His splits his road splits are not a problem. Do you feel that, are we overdoing this? A fishy total that should be at 7.5 now. If this total is at 7.5 right now, I'm on the first 3 under already, and I'm on the White Sox first 3 plus a half.
Yeah, I think it's fishy. Yeah, I would lean over personally. I don't really believe. I like Sean Burke. I don't love Sean Burke. Bullpens suck on both sides. I'd lean over.
Wow, wild.
Full game, especially.
Big Daddy Boom, our guy Leo Leon in the house says Rangers have to be mad they let a couple of winnable games go versus the Yankees. Rangers could have won that series without Corey Seager, who should be back in late May. Yeah, something's up, man. I don't know what. I got to sit with this after the show. Let's move on to Royals, Twinkies in Target Field. Wine time, wanting to use the Twinkies. Here is the inside information from our friend Nutflush Allen. This is great stuff. So, Salvador Perez tomorrow night is getting the whole Kansas City Royals team a suite at the Timberwolves game. Sunday, they have an early game. And he says that it's hard to imagine. I mean, all the guys together in a suite. Hard to imagine that they're not going to be sneaking shots and having a great time. Maybe they don't need to sneak it. So, important note from our friend Nutflush Allen, and that is for the Sunday morning game. Sunday morning? Really? I thought there were almost no Sunday morning games.
There's one. It's like the Peacock or whatever game, Roku game.
And it is the... Sorry, let's just go over here quickly.
I haven't checked, yeah.
Oh, no, it's not. There is early games on Sunday. Wow, I remember that too. That's why you guys decided to do the show at 11 a.m. I went over all the Sundays, and there was this weird... Yeah, there's the Roku game at 11:30. And then the Royals Twins is at 2:10. You know what? That the 2:10 start is another because the Royals will be like, it's not that early, right? They're going to hit the sauce for sure. They're going to be in the soup, man. And shout out to our Nutflush Allen here. All right, let's get into Royals Twins here. Noah Cameron has been simply spectacular I mean, he's been unhittable. He has had 2 starts. Lefties in Noah Cameron's career don't have a hit against him yet. They're 0 for 13. Righties are 3 for 28 against Noah Cameron. And then you have Pablo Lopez, who is coming off a great start at the Brewers, didn't allow a run in the 7-0 win. His numbers are really shaping up off a tricky start. But the Royals are raking 287, 779 OPS, and Twins are destroying lefties 295, 782 OPS. And these 2 bullpens have been the best in baseball over the last 30 days. So that's the situation here. We have AM on the under. Let's take a look at the weather in Minnesota. 62 Fahrenheit, feels like 56, 5.4 miles per hour, and dies down to 3.6. Let's look at the line history here for this one. We have the Twinkies at minus 186. They opened up at minus 157. A monstrous move towards the Twins and Pablo Lopez. That is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Let's take a look at that total here. A 7.5 minus 115 to the over. This opened up at 7.5 minus 107 to the over, slightly juiced to the over. But the first move was towards the under. There was no movement at that 7.5 for 12 hours. 12 hours go by and it starts moving towards the under. Then this morning it starts moving towards the over. It's an 8 from 9:45 until 11:23, and it's back at 7.5. We've had 8 cents of movement towards the over. And then when we take a look at the cash flow here for this Royal spot, we have 75% of the tickets, 90% of cash on the under, 60% of tickets, and 89% of cash on the Twins. Wow. AM says this was fake to an 8, then the limit increased, and it was actually bet to the 7.5. I mean, well, yeah, I mean, I'm it stayed at 7.5 for 12 hours, so the limits would have increased at the 5-hour mark, but I can understand the way you see it. Let's hear from Wine Time, who is using the Twinkies as part of a moneyline parlay. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm just seeing as the day goes on, the slowly moving towards the Twins even more. Another 2 good teams in the AL Central right now, man, just crazy. This is going to be a good game here in Minnesota, but I think Pablo Lopez is going to pitch a really good game here in this spot. Noah Cameron, just 2 games so far in the season, and he has looked impressive in these first couple starts. Younger guy, I think he's like 24 or 25. I think the Twins could touch him up a little bit here, though. This Twins team has just been, they're drinking the right juice, man. They're doing the right things. I don't know what's going on, what's happened in that dugout, what's turned this team around ever since the Angel series. But, you know, Byron Buxton started off really slow. Now he's just playing at a really high level. I like the Twins here to parlay up with the Atlanta Braves. Just want to make sure, give you guys an accurate number. Plus 145 on this. Atlanta Braves, Minnesota Twins money line parlay. I love this play today. I think both these teams are I think we're seeing these lines be priced the way they are for a reason in both of these games. And I think both these teams are going to show up today and get the win. So I'm on the Minnesota Twins and Atlanta Braves money line parlay plus 145.
You are in business. Wine Time. Jose Bouquett, you're playing in Minneapolis.
I've got nothing in this one here. I'll quickly just touch on Seattle, Houston, because there's a bug guy in the bar spraying and such. I'm going to let him come into the studio real quick. So I've got nothing in either game here. I do like Hancock and Seattle at plus money. I was semi-interested in that. There is 65% of the bets on Houston, 70% of the money on Seattle. So I was semi-interested, but I hadn't moved on it. But yes, I'll be right back.
Okay, my man. Wow, it seems like the Twins are the bet. I'm surprised. You know, Noah Cameron was not a really highly thought of prospect.
Yeah.
But he looked great in minors, and he's earned every opportunity. But, you know, 7th round pick coming up. It seems like the Twins are the spot. King Al shouting out SGA for buying the team Rolexes. Yeah, it was a cool, nice gesture. When he was awarded most valuable player. They're rolling on all cylinders. I enjoyed the breakdown yesterday enormously. You know, flipping, having the confidence to flip. I want to do that more. And then sitting back and just
easy money, man.
Oh, it's just like, come on. I mean, the whole idea, and we got there. The whole idea is have you capped this series without Rudy Gobert? Because when you do, it's different.
Yeah.
It's just different. If Rudy Gobert is a non-entity, it just changes things quite drastically. Let's roll on. We have 8:10 p.m. Eastern action. Seattle Mariners at the Houston Astros. We're in Daikin Park in Houston, Texas. Emerson Hancock on the hill. Didn't make it through 5 in a 4-1 win at the Padres, but looked pretty good. 6 hits, 1 earned run, solo shot, 3 Ks, 1 walk. You guys know that I'm much higher on him than everybody else. On the road, he's had 4 starts, 21 and 2/3, 7 earned runs, 16 Ks, 5 walks, 2 homers, 247 opponents batting average. His lefty-righty splits are still skewed because of that opening first third of an inning. His overall numbers are still sort of skewed. I expect them to get better as the season goes on. It's easy to say when you have a 6.21 ERA and a 1.68 WHIP. Then we have Ryan Gusto here. He last appearance was just from the pen. He threw an inning in a 5-1 loss at the Rangers. That was on May 17th. On May 12th, he had a start, and he got lit up and smoked at home versus the Royals. Got touched up. At home, his numbers are bad. 31 hits allowed over 25 in a third. He started 5 games at home, and he's pitched in 7 games overall. They barely let him pitch on the road. Like, they're trying to feed him the best opportunities to succeed. Lefties destroy him. 286, 911 OPS. So take a look at the lefties here that are in this Mariners lineup. And you have Crawford, Polanco will hit from the left side, Cal Raleigh will hit from the left side, Rock and Rowdy Tellez, and then Taveras will hit from the left side, and possibly more lefties here. Possibly more. Redbeard says Seattle or nothing for him. Mariners versus righties last 30 days, 247.09 OPS. Astros are hitting 269, 751 OPS. The Astros bullpen has been elite over the last 30 days, and the Mariners bullpen has been really good as well, but not quite to what the Astros have done. Line history-wise, we have a total of an 8.5. It's minus 118 to the over. It opened minus 114 to the over. Very little market movement here, just 4 cents, and it just stuck there. That move was before midnight last night, and it has not moved since. On the money line here for this one, we have the Astros at minus 123. They opened up at minus 120. And then when we take a look at the cash flow again, we're using Wager Talk's page instead of the Action Network, and we'll continue to do so moving forward. We have the 66% of the tickets on the Astros, but 70% of cash on the Mariners. 70% of the tickets on the under and 91% cash on the under. I mean, I feel like there's a pitching advantage for the Mariners here. One time, take it away, Mariners, Astros.
Yeah, I agree with you here, Jim. I do think that Hancock could go out there and pitch a pretty decent game for the Mariners today. A division game right here. This is a game. It's just, for me, this is a coin flip game between both of these teams and both these pitchers. I'd probably give the pitching advantage to the Mariners, and I'll give the bat advantage to the Astros, maybe slightly. This is going to be a pass for me, though, Jim. I'm seeing right now the Houston Astros. I see them at minus 123. Mariners plus 113, over under 8.5, juice to the over at minus 120. This should be a good game right here. I just have nothing on this game. I couldn't pick a sidewise, and if I was going to take a total, I'd probably lean towards the under, but it's just not enough conviction for me here. Got too much. I've already got 5 plays I've given out, so this is going to end up being a pass for me with a lean towards the Mariners. I feel like, are we seeing a movement towards the Mariners?
Let's go back here. No, I mean, yes. In the last 4 hours, it's moved 3 cents towards the Mariners, but it had previously moved 7 cents towards the Astros. So basically, no movement. Am I wrong to think I have a pitching advantage with Emerson and Hancock? Am I still just drinking?
No, I mean, I agree. I think out of these two pitchers, that's who I would take. I like Hancock over Gusto, but it's just not I just don't ever trust these Mariner bats. They've been playing some good ball, though, and they have a lot of heart. I will say that. They always show up late in games. They never give up. But I don't think I have too much of an advantage to actually take something in this game.
He's never pitched. Oh, he pitched against them out of the bullpen in 2023. So he's pitched in this park. I think that's good. I'm going to be on the Mariners. I think first 3 will be the plan. Coin saying, is Gusto an opener here? Let's just take a look at the No, he's expected to start. I'm going to be on the Mariners first 3. That's the expectation here. Again, I'll sit with all of the notes and all the things I copy and paste. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Diamondbacks, Cardinals, wine time. Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri. Miles Michaelis is pitching very, very well. Right when everybody had given up on him, he starts, except for the brass for the Cardinals, believing him. Zach Gallen just finished 3 straight home starts, and it was wild. The first home start, he was very good. Second home start, he was average. And the third home start, he was trash. He's not being good this year, and it's tricky to figure out what to make of him. Very, very tricky. By the way, with all the OKC chat and the OKC sweeping Minnesota, I'm not sure what to do with the game yet. I'm still studying it and studying what the coaches are saying and trying to figure out if there's any use for Gobert whatsoever, and I'm still working on it. So I'm not sitting here saying, "Oh, it's a sweep" or anything like that. I hear what you guys are saying, but I'm still working on the game and thankful to have cashed the first 2. But don't forget, I screwed it up. I took the double result in game 1 and not in game 2, but still in the black in it. And that's all that matters. Here we go. Line time. We have the St. Louis Cardinals at plus 113. They opened up at plus 111. It doesn't really tell the whole story because in the afternoon, this line came out. So this line came out at 2:58 p.m. and was minus 103 for the Cardinals. So if you look at it from there, and that Jose uses that book for his line movement, then there has been a real legitimate move towards Zach Gallen and the Arizona Cardinals. Stacks play today, number 2. I was thinking about that, Saturated. You nailed it. I was thinking about that yesterday. You nailed it. We have Stacks play number 2, Cardinals over 8.5. The over for Stacks. So we have had a move towards the Diamondbacks. Let's take a look at the total here in this one from a total perspective. We have a 8.5, a minus 115 to the over. This opened up plus 101 to the over. So 16 cents of movement towards the over. This is absolutely wild. Saturated says, don't be scared. OKC will be loose as Jose's bottom lip or lips. They have nothing to lose the next 2 games. I just got to study it more. Justin McKelvey, respect, man. Thank you for always sharing your angles and your best looks and fighting a good fight with us. It means a ton. Zach Gallen, 3-5, 5.14 ERA, 1.38 whip, 59 Ks in 56 innings with 25 walks. He's allowed 10 home runs this year. Just got lit up and smoked by the Rockies, and that was in Arizona. And again, just finished 3 home starts. On the road, he's only had 3 starts this year, and he's been better on the road than he's been at home. 26 strikeouts over 18 2/3, only 5 walks, points hitting 174 against them. Lefties are hitting him harder than righties. Michaelis, as I said, has been spectacular of late, but it's still lefties that can get to him. And this Diamondbacks team can hit. Against righties last 30 days, 254, 795 OPS. The Cards, 277, 773. The biggest edge would be the St. Louis Cardinals bullpen. But here, when we take a look at the lefties that can hurt Michaelis, Corbin Carroll, Josh Naylor, Pavin Smith, Alec Thomas, Perdomo, and Ketel Marte will both hit from the left-hand side. This is a fascinating cap. I mean, the line moving away from Michaelis, moving towards Zach Gallen is wild. I can't wait to hear you try and make sense of it all. Please do so one time. Diamondbacks, Cardinals.
Yeah, these are 2 teams that I know really well this season. 2 teams that I've been paying attention to. It seems like I've had action in almost every single one of their games this season. St. Louis Cardinals playing some really good baseball, and you touched on it, the bullpen. I like what I'm seeing there. Michaelis, coming back to late, he's been pitching really well these last couple starts. Zach Gallen got lit up in that last game, really surprising at home. Didn't last too long. The guy has ERA over 5 right now, but over the long haul of the season, I do think Zach Gallen will come back to life a little bit and pitch better. Is this going to be the spot here? We'll see here. This is the Apple TV game. Two good teams, man, that I think we're going to see in the playoffs. I know we're going to see the Diamondbacks. It's just a question if we're going to see the Cardinals or not. But I backed I was on the Diamondbacks in every game against that Dodgers series. Took a loss on that. Took a little bit of juice. I think I got them at plus money in every single game. But I want to move back to the Arizona Cardinals today. I want to back Zach Gallen coming off a bad start. We're getting the Arizona Diamondbacks, as usual, always an affordable price. I mean, these guys are never at an expensive price. Minus 125 right now is what I'm getting on the Arizona Diamondbacks. We're looking at an over under 8.5. I trust this Diamondbacks batting order. I like it. I think it's really deep. There's a lot of names in there that aren't super big, well-known names, not hype, that are making a bunch of money. But these guys just seem to really play well together. Corbin Carroll has been, kind of falling off a little bit these last couple weeks, coming back to life. We're seeing Gurriel hit the ball, smashing the ball lately. We're seeing Ketel Marte, one of the most underrated players in baseball, hit the ball really well, seeing the ball well since he's been coming off that injury. This is going to be a game where I want to move on the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's not going to be official for me quite yet. I need to look over a couple things throughout the day. This is going to be, for me, this game's at 5:15 Apple TV. So I've got about 6 hours to look at this game, but this is, if I was to have one play that I'm not going to make on the show today, official, that I'm going to make later, it's going to be the Diamondbacks. I will most likely be on them at this affordable price. I think they're the better team here, even though I do think Cardinals are playing some really good baseball, especially lately. Their bullpen's really nice. They're going to have to get to Michaelis early, I think. And this over might be live here at 8.5. If I'm looking at the over as well, I would potentially maybe even look at the team total, but I'm going to end up staying away from all that. I'm just going to take the Diamondbacks minus 130 or minus 125 most likely. I'm just, like I said, I need to go over a couple more things. I'm curious to what Jose has to say about this, if he's going to come back on for this game, because this is an interesting game. This is two pretty good teams here, teams that I like, that I've backed this season, that have made me some good money. So it's hard for me to even fade the Cardinals here in this spot, because I've backed them in situations where they just play some magical ball and they somehow always find a way. So that's my big lean, is the Diamondbacks.
And you've moved on it, right? Or
no? I have not.
Okay, not yet.
Apologies, no.
I mean, so what is this telling us, that Zach Gallen's going to have a really solid start, or that Michaelis is going to get touched? This is a sharp move to the over.
I think Michaelis might get touched today, Jim, honestly, by this batting order. I think these guys are going to come out there hungry today, but it's hard to say because Michaelis has been pitching well. But if that would be my answer in that. I think it would be more so that Michaelis is going to get touched rather than and the Diamondbacks are able to get runs on the board.
Let's hear from Todd. I'll answer that question here in a second, because I have been formulating my plan. Let's hear it from Jose Bouquett. This is a fascinating spot. Diamondbacks Cardinals. Can you make sense of it?
Yeah, I thought this was a pretty sus line as well. In my head, maybe I'm thinking of the Gallen of old and maybe the Cardinals of the last 2 years, but I thought this was a minus 145 line-ish in my head. Minus 130, put the alarm bells up, and I was like, okay, well, that's semi-interesting. You look at the market, everyone and their moms. Well, okay, I shouldn't say that. Huge bets, I should say. Sharps allegedly betting the Cardinals, the Diamondbacks. It went from 92 to 87 right now, but 62% of the bets and 87% of the money is on the Diamondbacks. This line has not really moved at all. I'm seeing, and I need to double check that on the other side here.
It has from the book you use.
Yeah. It went on BOL, as they say, minus 125. Penny minus 122. And I am pushing the brakes a little bit with using that book for line movement, because if I was like all about that live movement, Jim, I'd be on the Chicago Cubs. The Cubs went from dog to favorite. By the way, 2-0 Orioles already, so that's nice. But
let's go.
I've done the Cubs because they went from dog to favorite. So I'm going to trust, and you like this book, I'm going to trust Penny and their opener of minus 123. They bumped it around minus 128 at one point, minus 129, but coming right back down to minus 123. I think this is an over kind of game because I think Zach Gallen is the one that's going to get touched here. Miles Michaelis will do his 6 innings, 2-3 earned runs kind of ball would be my assumption here. But I think Zach Gallen gives up more runs than expected. And I like the Cardinals here today. I just need to find the balls to bet them. Wow. Or the over.
I'm off of it. I'm off of it. I can understand the over seems very sharp. But I'm still trying to figure this one out. Let's roll on
the over. Excuse me, sorry. I'm going to move on the over. I just looked at the market for the total and seeing, and I'm sure you said this already, Jim, but 60% of the bets and 91% of the money on the under. And this line opens up, and I'll use Penny again for this one here. Scroll down a bit, but this line opens up at plus 101 for the over 8.5, and it's now minus 115 to the over 8.5. If we want to talk about where we used to play poker again here, they opened up at an 8, now it's an 8.5. So I think this is an over bet. I think Gallen gets touched up. So over, and I'm going to tell you right now what I get. Over 8.5 minus 120 for me.
Over 8.5 minus 120 for Jose Bouquett. Okay, let's roll on very quickly to answer Todd's question. I was extremely confident in unders in the first 2 games of the divisional final in Washington, Carolina, Washington. I was very, very confident in unders. All 3 road games for the Hurricanes went under in that series. I think the Carolina Hurricanes will play their very best hockey game. I don't know if it's enough to get a win. It's probably not. But I love the over. I love the under. And it's expensive. It's between minus 120, minus 125, and they still haven't bet yet. It's only going to get more expensive.
Isn't it crazy that the Hurricanes, maybe they played 2 shitty teams, but they can basically walk to the Eastern Conference Finals, and then they play one of the Florida teams, or I guess this Florida team specifically, and just get backhand slapped. I don't know what they need to be better. Maybe a better goalie, but good Lord, it's just the difference between the Carolina Hurricanes and the Florida Panthers. It's crazy.
Yeah, they need but they also need better defense. I mean, Mikkola right now look how big the Florida's defense is. Ekblad, Jones, Mikkola. I mean, what are they all 6'5"? I mean, yeah, they need their defenses took a step back this year. Their offense actually took a step forward, but it's defense that you need in the playoffs. And we're watching the Oilers without Ekholm now. Let's roll on. Next up, we have Yankees Rockies at Coors Field, Denver, Colorado. AM on the over 12 minus 120 says he doesn't give a shit about the line movement. It's wrong. A capper is seeing things clearly when he can confidently go up against line movement. We have this opening up at 12.5 at 11:46 p.m. last night. It dropped to 12 very soon after. God, wow, less than an hour after. It moved to 12. Moved to 11.5 at 9:07 this morning. And now it's slightly juiced to the under. Very, very, very interesting. Let's get to the money line.
Holiday has his head firmly up his ass. It is crazy how fucking little baseball sense this guy has sometimes.
What did he do?
He just got picked off trying to steal third for whatever fucking reason.
With 1 out?
Yeah, just unbelievable. And Brian Bayo picked him off with ease. They didn't even throw the ball, just easy. And now a strikeout to get him out the inning. What a fucking dumbass that guy is. That is unbelievable.
There's no excuse for that with 1 out. You can't.
Your father is a Rockies Hall of Famer. A Cardinals Hall of Famer too, God damn it. How are you not knowing that? It's crazy.
The Yankees have gone from minus 295 to minus 274. So we've had a move towards the Colorado Rockies. We have Clark Schmidt going up against Tanner Gordon. What the hell are we going to get from Tanner Gordon as we move forward? He's had 1 start, an 11-1 loss at home versus the Tigers. 6 in the third, 9 hits, 7 runs, 4 of which were in 4 Ks and 1 walk. We know he's a highly thought of prospect. Clark Schmidt on the other side, coming off a good start in the 3-2 loss at home versus the Mets. On the road so far, he's only had 2 starts and he's looked bad, but it's a very small sample size, 10 innings, 8 earned runs though, 5 walks, not very good, 4 home runs allowed in those 10 innings. Lefties hitting 246, 875 against them. Righties are not hitting him at all. Righties are not even 176, 487 OPS, but lefties are really hitting him. And then you look at this lineup, you got, McMahon, Toglio hit from the left side. You got Mickey Moniak and Nick Martini, and then Amador hit from the left side. So that is pretty interesting. Okay, we'll get that figured out, AM. We'll definitely get that figured out. So we need to get that figured out for everybody so we can get the Discord popping, and we'll work on that. So here we go. We have Yankees hitting 257, 813 OPS versus righties last 30 days, and the Rockies 233, 680. Yankees bullpen has been good, and the Rockies bullpen's been better than we expected. So take it away for us, Mr. Bouquett, Yankees, Rockies.
Yeah, not a game I'll be on. The line's sort of moving towards Colorado. Oh, my God, I thought Colorado had it yesterday, by the way. The game was close the whole game. I was like, this is fine. Just keep it close, strike late with a bad bullpen, and Rocky's going to Rocky. So, so that is what it is. But I kind of feel the same way today. I think that maybe this game stays close. I kind of like Clark Schmidt of all the Yankee, and I think that's your fault, by the way. Clark Schmidt is one of the Yankee pitchers I actually like. The other ones I don't like, and I would not back personally. Even Fried and Tubby Rodon. But yeah, I've got no action in this game. It's kind of interesting that the market just saying under in this game. 81% of the bets, 88% of the money. We've gone down a half run. But I wish you luck. AM, I believe, is on the over, so good luck.
Redbeard could see a sneaky Rockies victory here. Why would this be dropping the way it is? 79 Fahrenheit, 10.7 miles per hour in, but that is not. It's somewhat similar to Oracle Park, where the wind blowing in doesn't affect it too much. It's nice and warm in the thin air. Drewski on the Yankees, team total under 7.5. That's a very interesting way of handling it, Drewski. Okay, beautiful. We figured out it looks like it expired. Thank you, Swiggy, for being on it, my man. Okay, let's roll on here. 9:38 p.m. Eastern with the Miami Marlins, LA Angels. And we
Game of the night.
We have. Did you want to touch wine time on the Yankees Rockies?
Nothing for me in that game. I had an original lean towards the over at 11.5. That's going to be a game that I'm going to look at later. Seeing the Yankees team total, I don't know if you guys touched on it. Yankees team total over 7.5 minus 120.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That's crazy. Like, that might be something I move on later. We'll see. But I'm
if you want to bet the under.
I'm excited to talk about this game right here, guys.
And Daniel Hernandez, following Redbeard's idea, and now Redbeard hasn't moved on the Rockies yet. Looks like he's leading there, but Daniel Hernandez on the Rockies money line. Here we have the 7-game plus win streak switching cities.
Here we go.
So this is pretty tricky in my estimation because Alcantara has been so bad, and Kikuchi is starting to pitch really well. It's an uncomfortable one. AM is on the over 8.5 here at even money. Redbeard on the Marlins team total over. Drewski also on the Marlins team total over. Let's take a look at the weather here. We'll get wine time to get this popping for us. The Angels at home here on a 7-game winning streak. 71 Fahrenheit, feels like 69, 7.2 miles per hour out to left center. It's nice. It's warm, warmer than usual at night there. It's just going to get hotter and hotter, we hope, across North America. It's freezing up here. We have the Angels at minus 152. That's fishy. Very fishy. But it is moving towards them. The Marlins opened up at plus 128, and they're now plus 140. So it's not like the line's just completely at a standstill. We heard AM is on the over 8.5 here. It has right now moved to 8. It opened at 8.5, 9:08 p.m., and then it moved to 8. It is juiced to the over at minus 109. That's interesting. I mean, it's just they're telling us that Alcantara is going to pitch well. I have to keep betting this.
Oh, yeah.
Getting this. Shout out to Carlos Productions, shouting out our guy,
Good guy.
Mr. Wine Time in the house. Thank you for the dono. Blessing our action is Carlos Productions. Let's take a look at the. Oh, we've done all that. So Jose will go over the cash flow, but let's talk about Alcantara. He's had 3 starts on the road, 10 and a third, and he's allowed 17 earned runs. Points hitting 391 against him. Lefties hitting 244, 836 OPS, while righties are 289, 759. And then you look over at Kikuchi. He's starting to pitch really well, and he's only had 3 home starts. In those 3 home starts, he's gone 60 and third and only allowed 3 earned runs. The Marlins, over the last 30 days, are hitting 150 with a 458 OPS versus lefties. It's the worst in Major League Baseball. And when the Angels are rolling, the only issue with the Angels is this bullpen is horrific. Take it away one time, Marlins, Angels.
Yeah, you guys see it. Shout out to the Angels, man. 7-game win streak. Been playing some really good ball these last 7 games, man. Been really enjoyable to watch. I mean, seeing that Taylor Ward grand slam yesterday was just, it was crazy. Like, he came up with the bases loaded, and I just thought to my head, like, this guy's going to come up and hit a grand slam right now. And he did it, man. And this Angels team's they're not giving up in these games, even if they've been falling behind early on, because they know what their bullpen's going to do, and that's just give up more runs. Yes, they pitched a little bit better this weekend against the Athletics. I think the last couple of games they did. But this is still, in my estimation, going to be the worst bullpen in baseball unless they make moves or if some of these guys magically get better. Guys like Zephyr John, his numbers look a little bit worse than what they actually should be. He faced the Padres top of the order twice and the Dodgers top of the order twice in a 5-game span. Didn't look too good against those orders, but he did pitch yesterday and he did look good. This is the Marlins. Sandy Alcantara, man. I mean, this guy was regarded as going to be one of the top pitchers in baseball going forward a couple years ago. Came up at an early age. Pitched really well for them as well. This year he's been getting lit up, especially against teams that he should be dominating. I remember when he faced the White Sox this year, a lineup that he should have dominated, couldn't dominate them. Angels, they're playing a lot of inspired baseball, and they've just been playing for each other, and it seems like they've been playing situational baseball, and they're finally coming up with runners on scoring position and actually getting these guys in. That was the problem early on. The problem's never been that the Angels can't score runs this year, just the bullpen can't hold up a lead, and that's the ultimate problem here with the Angels, especially here being at home. You say Kikuchi, though, guys. When we signed this guy, wasn't for the money we got him for. I was like, damn, why do we pay this much money for Kikuchi? A little bit older of a guy, but this guy has been pitching really good this season. He doesn't have a win on his resume for the simple fact of the bullpen, and the Angels haven't been able to hit for him. But it seems like he pitches well. He pitches better when there's runners on base, when he has a runner at first, when he has a runner at second. He gets out of these situations. When he needs to use the strikeout pitch, he uses the strikeout pitch. Like, he doesn't necessarily always go for the strikeout. He goes for more soft contact, but when he has runners on, he's able to throw strikes and be effective. He's still got a decent arm for him. Shout out to someone just said 3-0 Orioles. I'm guessing there's going to be a home run right here.
No, that's for Sweden. Wherever the fuck they're playing.
Oh, damn, that teased me right there. But I agree. Angels 7-game win streak off the road, coming back home here on a Friday night. I do expect stadium to probably be a little bit more packed than usual because they have been on a nice win streak. And this is against the Marlins, a team that the Angels should be able to beat. But at the same time, and winning 7 straight, I mean, I love seeing the baseball they've been playing. If they can keep it going, I would love to see that even more. I just can't move on the Angels here. It's a little bit fishy. They're on a 7-game win streak against one of the worst teams in the league. Same time, it is Sandy. You know what I mean? Some people do highly respect him still in the market and think that he can pitch well. Maybe this is a spot where he can go out there and dominate, honestly, against an Angels team that's been crushing the ball as of late. They've been mashing home runs, but maybe this is, a game where the bats kind of go cold, and that for that reason, I can't move on the Angels here in this spot. I can't move on them in a parlay. I can't move on a -1. I might actually be going to this game here, so I need to find some kind of angle I'm going to move. I don't know if I can move on the Marlins here either in this spot because the line's continuously moving a little bit towards the Angels here, as I'm seeing. I guess we'll really know as it gets closer to first pitch. Some questions if Mike Trout's going to play or not. He had to run the base. The only thing he had left to do was run the bases, and that was on Wednesday. And he said he'll need no rehab assignments. I think he'll probably sit out for this one and tomorrow and be back Sunday. But there's a chance that he goes out there and plays, but highly doubt it. But Another thing is Kenley Jansen will be fresh for this one, so they will have him to go for in the 9th if they have a lead, and that's the only guy I trust in that bullpen. But with that being said, a lot to be said in this game, but I'm off this game. This is a pass for me.
I mean, Jose, I'm still up money on the.
I mean, the only team that's beaten you really is the Twins. They won the last 2 back-to-back. Twins were hot. You take your hat.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, so I'm going to bet the Marlins. I don't want to, and then I'll have to wait as long as possible. So I'm going to wait as long as possible. I'm going to wait. I'm how does this line not continue to move towards the Angels?
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to keep betting it, unfortunately. So I will be here on the Angels. Jose Bouquett, take it away.
Miami Marlins money line for me, plus 142.
Oh, sorry, I said Angels. Sorry, I meant Marlins. I got the other Marlins. My fault. Sorry, Jose. Keep going.
Yeah, a Marlins plus 142 money line for me. The best angle in sports betting, as Jimmy called it. I've been kind of waiting for this one too. Like I bet the Angels yesterday, hoping and thinking they'll mop the A's, and we can bet against them here today. I like Kikuchi, sure, but he was a guy I was fading coming into the season. Sandy, yeah, he's pitched like shit this year. But my hopes is that after these 40 innings pitched so far is that he can start turning a corner here. And the Angels lineup, sure, against righties in this month, the Angels are 10th, 117 weighted runs created plus. Full season, they are, I have to scroll down a little bit more, 23rd, 99. So sure, they're hot right now. But I will trust Sandy Alcantara here, and I will trust that the Angels bullpen fucking blows it. Because they are exhausted as well in this game coming up. Yeah. Kenley, 2 days off. He needs it because he's an old fuck, and he's not going to come in with the game not being a safe situation. And if he does come into the game, if it's not a safe situation, he's not going to give a fuck.
Yeah, fade it. Yeah, it's crazy. The three times he's came in has inflated his ERA to what it was. It's not the save opportunities. It's when he comes in when the game is tied or when they are down 1 run.
He doesn't give a fuck
because he doesn't save opportunities though.
Yeah, because he knows the only reason this fucking guy is pitching right now is to climb the saves leaderboard. He's a prick. I would not want him on my baseball team anymore. He does well when it's up, and congratulations to him. But he's a loser, this guy. So 2 days. Go ahead.
So from what I'm hearing, you guys think back in the Marlins that we're going to get a good start out of Sandy Alcantara, not so much you say is going to get lit up here.
This is the main thing here. The main thing clearly to me is the Angels are on a 7-game winning streak. They are, beating up, winning games by margin. They're playing a team that's won 6 games on the road out of 20. With a pitcher that has an 8 ERA, and they open this line with the Angels minus 140. Yeah. I mean, that's I mean, come on.
Yeah, seriously. I know. I hear you, man. Everything you just said right there makes me want to take the Marlins right now. But I think where you're heading, Jim, I'm taking the Marlins is later in the day. Is this because we might be able to get a plus 150 on the Marlins today?
And if we don't, God, I mean, how confident are we going to be?
Well, no, yeah.
Jose, have you moved on it already?
Yeah, I moved on it. I want to make everything official for the show. I'll just get the shitty line now. It doesn't matter to me. I'll take it. Plus 144. What did I just say?
Plus 142. So I have to wait. I don't have to, but I'm choosing to. Okay, let's move on to our final spot on the board before we get into NBA and WNBA. We have Billy Brisbane backstage ready to rock with us for NBA. Let's talk about this one. Zach Wheeler off of back-to-back scoreless starts. Not completos, but scoreless. We're at Sutter Health Park in Sacramento, California for the Phillies and the A's. All of a sudden, the A's look like last year's group. AM on the over 9.5 at plus 110. Getting that plus money here. Let's take a look at the line history. We have the Philadelphia Phillies minus 184. They opened up at minus 178. So 6 cents of movement, just 6. Take a look at the total here for this one. We have the 9.5 And this opened up plus money to the over, but it opened up this morning at 8 a.m. So, but other books had it earlier, but this didn't open up until this morning at 8 a.m. It was plus 104 to the over 9.5. Now it's minus 101. So we've had a very slight, 5 cents of movement since this morning on the over, but more. Then let's get to the money line here. We have the Phillies at minus 184. Oh, I just did that. Sorry about that. Minus 6 cents of movement. All right, let's get to the weather in Sacramento. 76 Fahrenheit, feels like 72. 6.3 miles per hour out to center, gets up to 7.2 miles per hour. No, it makes sense. AM, they were probably first to the board, or one of the first to the board. Athletics money line for Barry Smith. That's a big ball spot here against Wheeler. But Wheeler on the road is not being quite as dominant. I mean, he's still being really good. Allowed 14 earned runs over 37 1/3, 6 starts, 29 hits, 44 strikeouts, 10 walks, allowed 5 homers. Lefties hitting 177, 535 against them. Righties 225, 677. The Pirates was, pretty easy spot for him. Not hitting the ball at all. 6 innings, 6 Ks, no earned runs, 3 hits allowed. Jeffrey Springs has been very good of late. For a lefty to be holding righties to 226, 687 OPS, especially in Sutter Health Park, is really impressive. 5-3 with a 3.91 ERA, 1.25 WHIP. His last start, 1 earned run. It was a solo shot. He only allowed 2 hits in the 3-2 loss at the Giants. It's pitcher's ballpark, perfect spot for him. We cashed the under in it. At home this year, he has struggled. 4 starts, 14 earned runs in 20 innings. Opponents hitting 289 against him. And the Phillies are destroying lefties right now. Not the 1,000 OPS over the last 30 days that the Dodgers have, but an 849 OPS. They're hitting 300, 849 OPS. A's are hitting righties 253, 730. Phillies bullpen is starting to pitch quite well, and the A's bullpen is an atrocity. Mr. Bouquett, we have a cash flow here in our final game on the board. Oh, no information here. So no information here. Let's take a look at the action, if they're going to give us anything for our final spot on the board, and they are. We have 89% of the tickets, 91% of cash on the Phillies. Not a big move towards them. And then we have 69% of tickets, 65% cash on the over. Jose, our final game on the board. Take it away.
Yeah. I mean, I like Jeffrey Springs. He's a pitcher that I've backed with success, but it's more been the A's offense. And those starts, admittedly, I would lean towards the A's again here with like an A's team total on a long losing streak now. What is it? I haven't checked it in a minute now.
I think they've lost 9 straight. I think it's 9 straight.
9 straight. That is ugly business there. And yet, I think they have a shot today. And I'd lean towards like an A's team total over. Try to pick at Wheeler, but I didn't have enough balls.
Oh, wow. What a huge point. God, sorry, I had to interrupt. AM says, are we sure it's Jeffrey Spring pitching? We're not.
We are not, yes.
Wow. He's not listed the books.
Let me see. Yeah, Let me double check that.
Wow.
But it was supposed to be, and the A's, they said last night that they called someone up and they expected some more call-ups as well to shake it up a bit.
Wow.
So we'll see if this is the actual starter, but I leaned in the A's direction still.
Yeah, I have nobody listed either.
Whew. Wow. That's very, very important. Lots of back and forth on young Jose Bouquett here in the chat. And TC with your back. What a guy TC is. Not a man, but the man is Jose Bouquett. Wow. Well, that changes everything. We can't go any further until we know if it Springs or not. Because Springs is pitching very well, but he's struggling at Sutter Health Park. Jeffrey Springs on the road is must back, must bet. He's pitching at that level, and his numbers against righties are impressive. The numbers against lefties, I think, will improve. And Benjamin Mills is right. Phillies just left Coors. A lot of important angles here from the chat. I don't know if we need to do much more. Jose, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Is there anything else you want to say about this spot?
Nope. Just A's team total lean, A's money line lean, but nothing for me.
And wine time, our final spot on the board before we hit the hardwood, Phillies Athletics.
Yeah, I just think the Angels kind of took the life out of the Athletics these last 4 games. They look like they just don't have a lot left in the tank after that. Blowing a couple leads late. Do you guys hear anything in the background? Am I good?
It's
fine,
a little
yeah.
bit, but you're fine. Yeah.
Yeah, no, non-issue. At all.
No, I would lean towards. I'm surprised this isn't a 10 or a 10.5, or else I would be leaning towards the over because this ballpark is a very hitter-friendly ballpark. That first game we saw against the Angels and Athletics, it should have gone way over. So many balls barely missed. They were caught at the warning track. We saw that throughout the whole series, and the whole series it went over. But why are we not seeing a 10.5 here? Is it because Jeffrey Springs might be pitching? And if so, they're going to expect him to have a good start, and they think Zach Wheeler's just going to completely shut down this Athletics team. It could happen. It just seems like there's no life in this Athletics team anymore. It's still early on in the season, but it almost seems like their season ended yesterday. Still got a lot of time to rebound from that. They still have some good guys in the order that I do like. I like Wilson. I like Soderstrom. I know Wilson actually got hurt in one of the games. I think he is okay, but they got Brett and Rooker. They have some hitters, but I just don't know if it's enough in this bullpen playing in this ballpark continuously. Like, it's not going to be good for them because they're going to give up runs later in the games. If the Phillies are ever down at some point in this game, I'm going to hop on them live immediately. I don't know, maybe if there's a shutout inning through the first inning and a half, I might move on the full game over. If I can get an 8.5, if I get an 8.5 at some point, I'm going to move on the over in this spot because I just believe in that, especially with these bats the Phillies have. I mean, you get a couple runners on. I mean, Schwarber, you can almost guarantee one of these guys, Schwarber, Harper, one of these guys is going to hit a jack, and not just one either. So I will probably move at some point in this game live on the over. And if the Phillies are ever down at some point, but as of right now, let's stay away.
Wow, Jermaine didn't notice it. Phillies have won 7 straight and they're switching cities.
Yeah, someone else mentioned
really?
it as well. Yeah, I thought I saw that in the chat earlier.
I didn't notice that one
Didn't
either.
double check that, so I guess that changes a lot for you guys here in this spot.
Oh, well, I guess I'm going with my lean then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't notice it either. Thank you for ever pointed that out. So Oakland A's full game money line on my card now.
Oh, I just felt my whole back tighten up.
Well, it's not on my book yet, so
It's not on mine either. I don't have it available.
But yeah, I'll be making that a bet, and I'll tweet it out, make it official, all that good stuff. But I'll be on the A's. Yeah, I'd like them going into it. Hopefully we get my assumption is now that they're bringing up one of their younger arms because again, I saw a tweet and I'll bring it up from I forgot who it was. I think it was probably Rosenthal saying that they were bringing up a young outfielder that's like a defensive guy, but it's just like the first of some moves because they need to shake it up and they need to switch some shit up with this fucking 9 whatever game losing streak it is now.
Well, I mean, I'd like to know who's pitching. Oh, this makes me sick. I mean, the line makes no sense. The line only makes sense if it's Jeffrey Springs. Good God. Oh, okay.
At this point, I kind of want it to be someone else now.
No, I hear that angle. But wouldn't you like to see him listed and at least the line move away from the A's?
My hope is that it's just like fucking Johnny Kahoozy, some fucking prospect that we don't know much about that's highly touted. It's a fishy line. We bet the A's, and we figure out it's a fishy line for a reason. Man on the corners, no outs for the Red Sox.
Wow. And Justin McKelvey going back to the Michaelis spot that Michaelis can't get lefties out. The Diamondbacks will have 6 lefties projected into the lineup. The one thing about Michaelis against lefties of late is they're not hitting with a ton of power. It's not like he's getting rocked. I mean, if you have a 292 average, your OPS should be 800. It's not. But I hear what you're saying. He's definitely more vulnerable towards lefties. And then look, the move towards Gallen and the Diamondbacks is sharp. There's no question about it. No question about it. And Jermaine saying minus 192 is very fishy versus 9. It's very fishy. It sickens me that I have to bet it. Okay, let's review all action in MLB and switch over to NBA. What inning is it over in that Boston game?
It is the bottom of the 4th, runners at the corner, no outs. What was Alex Cora talking to Bayo about for a while? It looked like he was lecturing him. He's not even the pitching coach. They were talking there for a minute.
Well, it's just boys being boys, telling him that either he's probably done or he's going to go back out there.
He's probably done.
I think he goes back out there personally. Only thing is like 80-some pitches. The Red Sox, big thing for their starters is you need to give us 6 innings. If he doesn't even give us 5 innings, it'd be disappointment. So I think he pitches 1 more at least.
Spooner saying that Jacob Lopez pitching for the Athletics Saturday, so he does believe it springs. You're not gonna be upset if it springs, are you? Was it
Me?
Yeah.
No.
No.
I would prefer it not be because of his home ERA, but he's still my preferred A's pitcher. By the way, 2-1 ground ball, sack grounder by who the fuck was hitting just now? Nick Sogard.
All right, let's review all action here. For me, it will be the Cubs. I am interested in the over 6.5 in Milwaukee, Pittsburgh. I know you guys are on the Nats, and I get it. I'm going to study it more. The same sort of thing with the Jays. I'm not there. And you guys being on the Guardians, I'm going to look at that more. Mets first 3. Braves first 5 -1/2, full game -1. The Minnesota Twins, the Mariners first 3, and then the Marlins and the A's.
Come on down.
Jesus. Jose, your action.
Yes, I am on the Cleveland Guardians plus 106, Baltimore game 1 that's going plus 105, Brewers plus 111 full game, Washington Nationals first 5 minus 150. Gross, but we're on it. Arizona Diamondbacks Cardinals 8.5 over 8.5 minus 120. Miami Marlins plus 142, and we'll be betting the A's when that line becomes available.
I love it, Jose. Excellent work, my friend. Last words before you rejoin us for the big race.
Yeah, join in for the race. I will have a new animal for today's race.
That we've never used before?
I don't know. I don't remember. I have a bad short-term memory.
God, this better not be moose. Wine time, my man, coming off a very, very good Wednesday. Back up double-digit units with a double-digit ROI. Can you please review your Major League Baseball action?
Yeah, guys, moved on all these as we went on the stream today, breaking the card down with my guy, Jimmy and Jose. First off, we moved on the national, or I should say the game that's going on right now, Orioles team total over 4.5, minus 110. We're going to need 3 more runs here in the last 5 innings. Nationals money line full game minus 110. We are also on the Guardians money line plus 105. Then we went ahead and went to the Dodgers Mets game, and we moved on to first 5. Adding a couple first 5s here slowly but surely. I'm going to see how my ROI is on them, but we're moved on the over 5 at plus 100. And then we did a little 2-team money line parlay with the Braves and Twins money line, and we got plus 140 on that. Love these plays today, guys. 5 plays for me. Another heavy lean I have today is the Diamondbacks money line. But at the same time, I don't know if I'm going to end up moving on this. We're going to see as the day goes on. I need to see the lineups posted. I just need to see kind of what the market does. We still have some time for that game, but that's a heavy lean for me. And yeah, those are going to be my 5 plays today, guys. Looking forward to it. Stoked to be watching these games tonight. And it's a great time breaking the MLB card down with you, my guy. And now excited to break down this NBA card we got going on for tonight with the 1 game.
Yeah, I look forward to it, man. And love seeing you up double-digit units, MLB, this deep into the season. It's great. I mean, you haven't actually – I mean, it's impressive. I mean, you have a double-digit ROI. But we don't need to talk too much about it, but with the average line of plus 100, hitting 55.2%, it's professional. So excellent work. Let's move on to the hardwood and welcome the star of the Locker Room Talk podcast, also the star of all things hoops on our channel. Please welcome from South Jersey. I love that he rocks with us here and very patient. He's very patient. He comes in early and sits back and doesn't stress us ever. He lets us run through the MLB card. He's class act, great friend. Please welcome our guy, Mr. Billy Brisbane, to the show. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
What up, fellas? Nice little Friday night action here. We got a nice little WNBA slate and some NBA hoops, the series that we all care about.
What are you implying? You don't care about the other one?
The other one, I think they made the point clear after, Anthony Edwards got a $50K fine for a post-game press conference after game 1. I don't think they're going to be propping up Minnesota for the championship.
I can't wait for this game tonight, but I can't wait for game 3 in Minnesota. I mean, it's extremely enjoyable, and we deserve it because the regular season was trash.
Yeah.
It was the worst regular season of my life. 45 years old, and then we got this great playoffs, and it's been phenomenal. Let's roll, folks. East Finals, game 2. Indiana up 1-0 in what was one of the greatest playoff games in the history of the sport.
Yep.
Let's get into the line history here in this one. I mean, there's so many different stats towards what the Pacers did. There's so many, and they keep coming out. New ones. I have 4 on my phone that I took pictures of here. The new one is, and they changed the amount of points. And the new one is since 1997-98, when we had every play-by-play detailed. The teams leading by 14 points in the final 2:45 of the fourth quarter were 994-0 until the Pacers changed that. And we have more. You can keep going through them, and they're very fun. We have that's the same deal with with 250 left, 14 plus, sort of same deal. We have teams that trailed by 9 points in the final minute of the fourth quarter or overtime of a playoff game since 99 were 0 wins and 1,414 losses before the Pacers came back in game 1. It was absolutely spectacular. And my thought was that we were going to see a 4.5. But nope. This opened up at 5.5, and it lasted for a solitary minute. Then it went back to 5.5. Went to 6, 5.5, bouncing back and forth, 5.5 to 6. Then this morning, it gets up to 6.5. I mean, I get it. The Knicks are the sharp side. I get it. But I'm hesitant to pull the trigger here. The total is a 225. It's juiced to the under. This opened up at 227, so we've dropped 2 points on this total. And thank you, Rez. It was great fun doing that, capping it with everybody. I enjoyed it immensely. Spreadsheet play today in MLB is the Diamondbacks. I know some of you guys might have been on the fence to move on them now. Spreadsheet on them. We have Dougie Wise saying, I think the Knicks win, but don't cover. Let's take a look at the cash flow then here on this one. We move over to the Wager Talk cash flow. We have 60% of the tickets and 64% of the cash on the Indiana Pacers. I mean, the market has set itself up for me to move on the Knicks again, but I don't know if I'm going to. 68% of the tickets on the under, 72% of cash on the under. It's dropped 2 points. Saturated, leaning towards the Pacers, plus 5.5. And Drewski says that plus 6 is a trap. Don't do it. There's 0 chance I'll be on the Pacers. Not that I don't respect and get why anyone would be on them. I just, after winning game 1 in that fashion, I just don't want to bet them in game 2, but I'm still hesitant. So let's talk about the Pacers. 9-2 now in the playoffs, playing at the pace, 99.03 possessions a game. I spoke on that. The Knicks would prefer to play at a pace of 91 in possessions a game. And I expect the Pacers to try to run them into the ground, especially a team that barely uses their bench. And we saw the Pacers run them into the ground last year. Now, the Knicks were really dealing with injuries, which they're not right now. And that respect play of the day is the Rockies. And look at Dougie Wise, Pacers money line max play. Let's copy and paste that. Saturated says, Cat and Brunson gave us monsters. That was perfectly predicted by Billy Brisbane, who was on both of their point total overs and cashed them very, very easily. The Pacers shot exactly in game 1 what they've shot all playoffs long. It was not an outlier. It's just what they've been doing. The Knicks, on the other hand, shot much better from the field and a little bit worse from 3. Oh, series price. Oh, my bad. Okay, thank you. Let me add that here to your series. Okay, thank you, Dougie. Of course, because why they're not. Yeah, of course. Not minus 160. I was moving a little too quickly. Okay, so here we go. 138, 135 overtime classic. Indiana was down 17 points in the fourth quarter, and Neesmith was just uncanny. 6 3-pointers in the final 5 minutes. When Tyrese was running back to the 3-point line, we're like, oh, well, we've seen this before. But when the ball bounced up, I was like, oh, he missed. And then it came back in. I mean, come on. It was incredible. Tyrese goes for 31 and 11. Neesmith goes for 38 of 9 from 3. The Pacers scored 31 points on their final 13 possessions of regulation, and Neesmith accounted for 20 of those 31. Absolutely spectacular. Of course, OG misses that foul shot. I've seen this over and over and over again. He's more likely to hit the 3 with a hand in his face with 30 seconds left than to hit a foul shot for whatever reason. I can't explain it. Neesmith is now hitting 54% of his threes in the playoffs. These young players on the Pacers have matured in front of our eyes. They're now 6-0 in playoff games that were within 5 points in the last 5 minutes. They've scored 69 points on 43 clutch offensive possessions. That's a rate of 1.6 points per possession. Through the first 2 rounds before they even came in here, their starters, all 5 starters were averaging between 14.6 and 18.8 points per game. So the Knicks lose with Brunson going for 43. Now he was just 1 for 6 from 3. They lose with Cat going for 35 and 12. What exactly do they need? And Rick Carlisle is the one that got away from Dallas. And he said, we're not going to get too excited about this. He's the perfect coach for this team. He says, we've got things to clean up. They got things to clean up. Game 2 is going to be another war. I mean, God damn it. Just can't wait to watch this. In saying that, how are we going to get paid? Yes, Justin McKelvey, but I'm going to wait for a better line on the Marlins. But unfortunately, the A's are going to have to be a bet too. Okay. So here we go, Billy Brisbane. Just before you get rolling, Saturated says Pacers and Thunder have the same secret weapon, depth. They both get their production from their entire bench. Knicks and Timberwolves can't handle the waves over a 7-game series. And Mel with a great line that I will talk about here, and I'm going to copy and paste that. I will talk about after, but we're going to stay focused here. And it's great to see you, Mel. Robert Cherry on Knicks money line, the over 224.5. Brizzy, great to have you here on our show on a Friday, my man. Take it away. Pacers, Knicks, game 2.
Yeah, the game 1 kind of just went exactly how I kind of expected. Not the final result, but kind of more of like the pace of play was kind of something to really know, where it was kind of like rust versus rest, but it was really kind of like the Knicks were kind of still playing like they're in the Boston series, and you can't run up and down with the Pacers. You just can't put added possessions for a team like this. The Pacers outscored the Knicks bench 31-17. Even with it being game 2, this got to be a must-win situation here for the Knicks, and it's being priced like it. There's obvious adjustments to be made, mainly in pace of play. I think the willingness to get up and down, we're going to kind of see a change, a difference of that. I expect them to play more out of the half court, kind of disturbing the pace of play, and that will be the key to winning this game too. I definitely think it's another one that could come down to the wire, but I think the Knicks are going to tie up the series with the MSG crowd behind them here. It's crazy to me that like everybody wants to back the Pacers now, but it's just like, where's this the other day? The other day that was kind of like the spot coming into a series, playing into MSG's like a get up spot. Favorite player prop in this game? I mean, they kind of juiced the Jalen Brunson and Karl-Anthony Towns props to a point where I just can't get behind it. Where like Jalen Brunson's at 29.5, juiced towards the over -130. You also have Karl-Anthony Towns 23.5 -118. I mean, we got 25 or +222. So we shouts to Wine Time for this one. We went to Mikal Bridges over 20.5 points and rebounds here -118. He's gone over his points prop 5 out of his last 7 home games in the playoffs. Indy's allowed the 9th most points per game to the shooting guard position in the season. Head-to-head wise, Mikal Bridges has gone over his points and rebounds prop 6 out of his last 9 games versus the Pacers, including game 1, 4+ rebounds in 10 out of the last 13 games, 5 or more rebounds versus Indy in 3 consecutive matchups, over in 17 out of the last 18 games with 6+ rebound chances with Mitchell Robinson active. So that tells me that Mitchell Robinson's bringing down the other big, and Mikal's kind of catching a couple of those flyers. I think Mikal's going to have to play a huge part tonight. if the Knicks are going to want to win this game, he's going to have to play as the X factor.
I like it. I like it. So can you go over the number and the juice for Bridges?
Bridges, 20.5 points and rebounds, minus 122 at FanDuel Sportsbook. I would odd shop that with the books that you have nowadays. The sweepstakes thing, in reality, it's a book, but there's definitely a lot of offshore books like No Vig and shit like that are giving out better player prop lines specifically.
I like it. I like it. People, Kappa's asking about the Operation Garcia. What makes Operation Garcia work is teams without depth. So the Knicks and the Timberwolves are perfect for Operation Garcia, and the Thunder and the Pacers are the worst. The Pacers cost me so much money last. I feel like what's it called again when you see something horrifying and it sticks with you? Whatever. I'll remember in a second. But yeah, it's just I can't. They hurt me so bad. Anybody who even fooled Operation Garcia in game 1 of this series took one of the worst baths in the history of Operation Garcia. It's just the Pacers are just, they play at a fast pace and they have teamwork, and that just screws you. So no, nothing for me. Not the trauma. It's when you see you have a PTSD. Yeah, PTSD. Yep. That's what I have, PTSD. I don't even want to get into it, but last year when I was having to make 60 bets a night, 80 bets a night on some nights, and I wasn't tweeting, I was doing it personally. It was just it was like the worst, the darkest place I've ever been in. And when I would take a shower, I wouldn't want to get out. I would sit there for 45 minutes hoping that, I would just close my eyes and everything would go dark. But let's move on. Wine time. Take it away here, Pacers Knicks.
Yeah, guys. I loaded up on this game today. We came on the show Wednesday, gave out the Knicks minus 4.5, minus 110. Man, it looked like we had that there, but Jim already mentioned all the crazy statistics in those final couple minutes. Shout out to the Pacers, man. I've never seen anything quite like that. Absolutely amazing for them. Good for them. I think it's going to be a big letdown spot for them here. I'm back on the Knicks. We gave out the 4.5 on Wednesday. I'm going to give out the 6 now. I mean, they're up to a minus 6 right now, minus 110. I like the New York Knicks today. I also think they're going to come out here and they're going to play really slow. They're going to really try to slow this thing down early and often. Not going to let the Pacers play with too high of a pace. And I also think Jalen Brunson, I mean, he played 37 minutes in an overtime game yesterday. He plays 37 minutes usually in a regular season game. And it was because of the fouls. And OG too, they both had 5 fouls, I think, at the end of the ball game. Jalen Brunson had 5 fouls, I think, before the game, even before the fourth quarter even ended. Barely saw him out there on the floor for, what was it, in the second quarter. He didn't come out into the court until there was 4 or 5 minutes left. It was just crazy. And I know it was the last couple of minutes they blew the lead, but I do think they're going to come out here and they're going to try to slow this down. And so I moved on the team total for the Pacers under 52.5, minus 110. You can get that number everywhere still. Absolutely love that. I don't think the Pacers are going to be able to put up a 50 spot here in the first half. I think this is going to be a slow-paced game. And I'm also moving on Mikal. I'm back on Mikal Bridges over 16.5 points. I got plus 100 on that. Nice. I'm glad I didn't have to pay any juice for this one. Believe he got 16 or 17 in the last game. Expect him to come out here and have a good game like Billy said. They're going to need him too. And so, yeah, those are my 3 plays for today, guys. Pacers first half under 52.5, minus 110. Knicks minus 6, minus 110. And Mikal Bridges over 16.5 points plus 100.
I mean, what I should do is bet the Knicks. I mean, everything is just screaming that they're going to take care of it, but I can't. I don't know. When I have this feeling where I can't do something when I know I should do it, it cashes at such a high rate. I mean, they put out this line to get all the Pacers cash, and haven't they done that? I mean, well, not really. 61% of the tickets, 64% of the cash, according, to Wager Talk here. And then on the Action Network, they have Different. It's different. 52% of tickets, 43% of the cash. Fuck, man. Dougie Y says, I think it's under big time. I mean, I guess you know what, I'll have to deal with this on my own time, but it feels like you have to go back to the well with the Knicks. And if you want the under, then you could take the Pacers team total under. You want to add in, Brizzy, my man?
Yeah, there was a huge move on the under in game one. Remember that? We were talking about it was at 225 and it closed at 221.5. That bitch fucking flew over before it was. So it was like one of those type of things of like maybe the market was just dead ass wrong the day before it was right. Of like the under could be the move because I feel like the under was because the people were backing the Knicks and then the Pacers won. I have yet to watch a fucking Pacers game that they've won that the game went under, unless they were blowing out like the Utah Jazz or something like that. Of like if the Knicks win, I would imagine the totals are connected towards like who you think is going to win. If you think the game goes under, you take the Knicks. If you think the game goes over again, I think you take the Pacers and don't blank it on.
Okay, when it's all said and done, I think that I have to bet the Knicks again. I'll deal with this on my own, but
I think Bregman just got left the game. Someone said in the chat, yeah, he got pinch ran for. Not looking good leaving the game.
Somebody in the chat said, where's it at? Tyreek B. He says the total's at 224, and they have the money line in the totals in the total parlay section for FanDuel. They have it for each game, but with that section, it's at 219.5 at plus 120. So like the bookies are chanting towards the under, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it. Like if you like the Knicks, the unders in play. Last thing I'm going to do is have two units on that are correlated here. You know, the Pacers got me right in the drink hole in that Cavs series, and I'm hesitant to go back. Just my 2 cents. Our guy TC's play today is Bridges 20 or more at plus 210. Okay, let's move on. I think I've got to the Knicks. I understand Saturated saying, you know, bet it early. I mean, look, I told you guys here, and whenever I talk with like extremes, it always kind of blows up my face, and I should do my best not to. But I said to you guys, if the Knicks win comfortably, then don't ever bet a team off of a break in the first game of a series ever again. And when there was 4 minutes left, I was like, well, you know, people are going to heed my. And then all of a sudden, it just, you know, the whole world changes in front of my eyes in a second.
Crazy.
The Knicks took over in that basketball game late. It's hard. It's why I don't know if the. I would still just keep it clean and take full game. I would still just keep it clean and take full game. But I understand what you're saying. I completely get it. So I think when it's all said and done, I'm going to sit with this after. I think I move on the Knicks. I would have no. I would like to see it stay at 6. Okay, here, let's close with this. Let's close with this from both you guys. First with Brizzy. Brizzy, what did you expect the line to be when you woke up this morning? Because I expected it to be, last night when it came out, or whenever it came out right after the game, I expected a 4.5. So when I saw 5.5, I was surprised.
I thought we were going up higher. I thought the way this NBA playoffs have been priced has been like the worst priced playoffs I've ever seen in my life. Of like, we had conversations about like, when the fuck are you starting seeing 8.5s and 10.5s for NBA teams in the playoffs and stuff like that? So I thought we're just walking right down memory lane and they're just going to throw up a 6.5, 7.5 and say, oh, you think you guys think the Knicks are going to win? Well, then pay for it. And that's not what happened. They opened it up at 5.5, and at that point, I guess I got to get caught my hand in the cookie jar because I think the time to back the Pacers will be Sunday. Nice little early afternoon game. Probably get a Pascal Siakam explosion game. I think Game 3 is the game for the Pacers.
See, that's funny. One of those games, the Knicks are going to, play very, very well. one of those road games. And I was leaning to expecting it to be game 3. And then the Pacers come back and smash the game 4. But again, I need to sit with this and sit with this and sit with this. Derek Miller liking the over on the Knicks game tonight. I would wait, Derek. We expect this total to keep moving down. So, wine time, what did you expect the line to be after game 1?
I expected about -5 to -5.5, right where it opened up. I would have probably thought -5, but now seeing that at -6, I think this is going to get to a 6.5 before game time right now. I mean, if it's, let me just refresh. I moved on. I got the 6. It's still probably going to be a 6, but I think this is going to get to a 6.5 before tip off. That's what my opinion is on it. But I would have thought that it will open up about 5.5, a half point to a point more than what it closed at in the game 1. Because I did think that a lot of those people that were probably on the Pacers and that were on the Knicks are probably like, wow, this Knicks team is dead. They gave that lead, so I'm going to back the Pacers again on the money line. That's just what a lot of these public backers are going to see after seeing that crazy comeback. They're just going to be like, they're not going to believe in this Knicks team. And it's continuously to move towards them. I want to see a 6.5. I'm glad I got the 6 right now. If you guys are going to move on the Knicks, I would think right now, because I do think this will get to a 6.5 at some point. And I think this total is going to get down to 223.5. Before tip off.
I don't want to invest too much, but the double result at -125, it might be a clean way of letting go. But then I almost only use double results as a double up. So we have wine time on the Knicks -6, Pacers first half team total under 52.5, and Bridges over 60.5 points at even money. We have our guy Brizzy on Bridges over 20.5 points and rebounds at -122. Saturated says, I think the public is looking at the Knicks to destroy them tonight.
But they're not, though. I feel like the public is on the Pacers, and that's the reason why we're starting to see 5.5s across the board.
Are we starting to see 5.5s?
Yeah, I'm seeing 5.5 at Caesars, ESPN Bet, Park Casino.
Wow. Because there's not one 5.5 offshore. Not one. There's not even. Oh, no. Okay. The Pacers are juiced at what? At the 6. They're juiced a few cents at 2 books. There's one sharp. The sharpest book in Costa Rica is 2 different books use their lines. And they're juiced to New York at 6. So I'm surprised to hear the 5.5. That's wild. That's wild. Okay. Okay. After the whole breakdown, I'll be on the Knicks. I just got to figure out how I'm going to do it. And then the last thing I want to do is double up on it, but I would sure feel good if it is the Knicks early, which is such a real possibility to have the double result in play. Redbeard got the Pacers team total over 109.5, says they usually score 110.
I think that would be the angle, though. If you're going to double up on this game and you think the Knicks are going to win, I would probably double up on wine times first half under, or either Pacers full game under, where they're down by fucking 14 points with 2 minutes left in the game, and then they just magically hit 8 threes to end out the game. Like that team total could definitely go under 109.5. I think that's more of like a copy and paste number from last game rather than them like factoring in that if the Knicks don't play at the same exact pace of play that they did in game 1, they probably win this game.
Yeah, what a fun game it's going to be tonight. Okay, decisions. I'll make decisions, but I'm going to move on the Knicks in some sort of fashion here. And if I see a 5 at the end of it, I think I'm going to lose. So we'll see how it bangs out. Wine time, incredible work as always. Star of walk-off wagers alongside Morgan Spooner. Please support our guy Wine Time on X. Let's get him to 10,000 followers by the end of this baseball season. He deserves it. I'm going to pop his handle in the chat here. We got to get him to 1,000 first, but he deserves. He's just such a selfless capper who just wants to be the best gambler that he can be. So please support him. I'm popping in the chat. If you don't follow him, please hit this link and follow him. Wine Time, any last words for the cappers supporting the show?
Yeah, Jim, as always, great Friday breaking this card down with you, my man. I think we're going to have a killer day today. Shout out to Jose as well, breaking down the entire MLB card with us. Always a good time, man. Glad I was able to come on here with you guys. give out my plays. Everything's tweeted out as of right now as well. I just have to tweet out my NBA action, which I'll do right now. I'm sorry, I've been lagging on sometimes posting my tweets after this. I've got to get a little bit better on that. But shout out to everyone in the chat for supporting as always, man. It means the world. Shout out to my guy Billy B for joining us as well for NBA, man. Good luck to you on all your plays today. I know you guys, is there some WNBA you guys are going to break down after this?
Yes,
Quattro.
Oh, yeah. So I'll be listening to you guys and appreciate you guys as always. Don't forget, tune in, walk-off wagers, Sunday morning, 11 a.m. East Coast, 8 a.m. my time over here. We're going to have an early game. We're going to be breaking down the entire card. Our guy Spoon's got Rod Zawacki to come on for the show. He's going to break down majority of the card for us as well. And it's going to be a good time as always, man. So make sure you stop in there. And I appreciate you guys' support as always. Follow me on X, Wine Time Sports. Love you guys and good luck today.
Oh, there he is, Mr. Wine Time Sports. Ronnie Crawford, best bet here in the WNBA is the Storm. Let's get into it, Brizzy. Let's get into it, Brizzy here. I 0-2 yesterday. Losing on the Dream really hurt. The game, breaking down the stats from game one, it felt like I had it right. Backing the Chicago Sky was complete ignorance, Brizzy, on my part. I didn't realize just how horrific they were. And the way the game started when it was 5-3 Liberty, and then Angel Reese got those 3 or 4 offensive rebounds and it was like me under the hoop, trying to do. It was so horrible. I knew I was in big trouble. Let's get to work, my man. We start at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We have the Connecticut Sun 0-2 in their first road game of the year at the Minnesota Lynx, 3-0, 1-0 at home. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow here. Let me just quickly move over to the WNBA. 4 games to attack here. We have the Sun at plus 16. Minus 109. They opened up at plus 15.5. Now 16. Good God. From a total standpoint, we have a 159.5. It's juiced to the under. This has come down from 161. 159 was the low watermark, so the half point moved to the over. Well put, Rez. That's what it felt like. Derek Miller says the Sun are bad. It's strange. 28-12 last year, and they ditch all 5 starters. When we get to the cash flow, 60% of tickets and 76% of cash is on the Lynx. 86% of tickets and 88% cash is on the under. Line moving towards the under and a half point move to the Lynx. So the Sun lost at home to Washington 90-85 on Sunday, and then lost badly to the Aces on Tuesday 87-62. We talked about moving on from all 5 starters. Rashid Mezian, the Belgian coach of the Belgian team, now coaching this squad. They brought in Tina Charles. Let the expert talk about these additions. J.C. Sheldon, Lindsay Allen. And then they pick Anissa Morrow and Sania Rivers. Rivers makes her season debut. Those were the 7th and 8th picks in the draft. Morrow is out. She's injured. I'm not sure how long that will be. I was trying to find that out, but she's out right now. And this is like a lingering issue. No, they're not. That's a big part of it. AM. They're not the same. A ton of changeover in the rosters this year. I don't know if there's ever been so much. We'll let Brizzy touch on that. So against the Aces, Charles goes for 20. Rivers makes her season debut, goes for 11 and 4 off the bench, but they look horrible. The issue, to lose that badly was that they played okay defensively. They held the Aces to 39% shooting from the field. It was just they shot 34 themselves, and they went 3 of 17 from 3. The Lynx come in off their home opener and 3rd straight win to start the year, and they didn't play well. Brizzy talked about the line moving from 5.5 to 11.5. I should have heeded his advice because they won by 4. They did not play well. Collier, 28 points on 8 of 13 shooting. She looked great. Lynx shot 48% from the field. And they out-rebounded Dallas 43-27. So why did they only win by 4? It was their weak defensively. So is this the spot where they just smash and grab because they didn't, they really didn't play well in that home opener? They want to win it all this year. Last year, they were the top defensive team. They've not looked good defensively to start the season. So, Brizzy, take it away. Is this just an absolute smash and grab from the Lynx because they didn't look good in game one?
I thought that Dallas game was more of like a combination of like them playing bad and then Paige Becker's playing her first game in Minnesota and she looked pretty good. And Enrique didn't play as shitty as she's played for the rest of the games. But the Lynx haven't missed a beat without Kayla McBride in the lineup. Collier's had at least 23 points in every game so far this season, averaging 17.3 field goal attempts, 7 free throws per game, just a massive usage rate. Leading scorer in Unrivaled and the leading scorer in the WNBA right now. The Sun could be in the running for the worst team in the WNBA. If I had to pick between the worst teams in the WNBA, it would probably be Connecticut Sun, Chicago Sky, and Golden State Valkyries without Tiffany Hayes. But I think the problem with them is just like this is just a leftover roster. You talked about they fleeced their top 5 players, their starting lineup. Shit, they fleeced the bench players too. All 8 players in their rotation last year, outside of Marina Mabry, who requested a trade but got denied a trade request, are all on different teams. So like the Tina Charles pickup was kind of like a token pickup. Stephanie White's the coach of the Indiana Fever now. She's one of the best defensive coaches in the WNBA. And just seeing how this Sun season started, I just don't know what to really expect from them. Is like, I feel like Sanaya Rivers has to go in the starting lineup immediately. Like you can't draft somebody in the top 10 and they make the WNBA roster and then you not play them. Of like you see with Atlanta Dream, they're starting Tiana Pau from South Carolina. She was the South Carolina starting point guard, and she's been filling in for Jordan Candace. She's looked pretty good. And like Connecticut's, they're just to make up the roster, it just doesn't make sense. Of like you got old veterans like Lindsay Allen and Tina Charles who play in the half court, but then you have guards like Marina Mabry and JC Sheldon who want to get out and run. And as long as Marina's not locked in, I'm still not going to bet the Sun here. I think the move would probably be the under 159.5. My only concern with betting the under is I think the Sun are that bad where, like, if you told me that the Minnesota Lynx put up 90-something points, would I be shocked? No. Player props to look at for this game. I really like Alana Smith's 3-point prop. That's sitting at minus 122. She's hit 4 and 3 in her first couple games back. And just the way that the offense is this year, they're just getting, like, the girls are just getting wide open shots. It's like swing, pass. And it's a beautiful offense to watch. But it's like it could be one of those situations where the team just blows out the other team so bad that the game just goes under. And that's kind of the way I would look at this. Like Lynx, double result, Connecticut team total under 71.5, the under 159.5. You know this game isn't getting a lot of money on it because they're giving you a fucking Friday night profit boost bonus on the Connecticut Sun and Minnesota Lynx on FanDuel. So that's when you know this game isn't getting any money. And it might not get mine either, but I would say the Alana Smith player prop is the one I came closest to. Alana Smith 2+ 3-pointers is minus 122. Her 2+ 3-pointers, Lynx to win, plus 102. If you're going to play a player prop over, it'd probably be Depecia Collier, 25+ points, Lynx to win, minus 106. It used to be Collier double-doubles, but with her playing more center this year, I just don't think that she's crashing the boards as much. Like her rebound prop sitting at 7.5 minus 154, and that kind of feels like a trap line.
Oh, Mal, it'll be way too expensive. The double result, I'll tell you right now, it'll be like minus 450. I think that the Lynx destroy them. And it's not about the Sun being so awful, which they may be, but Lex, with Noah Cameron starting for the Royals, we capped it that way. The Lynx, do you not feel that they just no-showed sort of in their home opener, that they must be like, we have to be better than that?
No, not at all. I mean, they played a pretty good basketball game. They out-rebounded Dallas 27-43.
And they won by 4 points. You out-rebound them by 16. You out-shoot them. I mean, am I looking at it wrong? I was they played bad.
I didn't think they played that bad. They played bad for sports bettors, but like in
Their
real life,
defense, this is supposed to be the best defense in the league last year, and they were Swiss cheese. I mean, am I pushing that too far? Because let me know, because that's my angle on this, and if I'm pushing that too far.
how hype are you going to get to play the Dallas Wings after you guys just blew them out opening night on their home floor? That was like the get up spot, after the way last year went. It just felt like a team that, this is Monday, man. like we always talk about professional players and stuff like that, regardless of what the league is. Fridays and Mondays are Fridays and Mondays for any human. And like sometimes you come into work on Monday and you kind of just bullshit your way through it. I definitely am with you, though. I definitely, when I close my head and imagine the ending scenes of this game, it's the fucking Lynx doing their legendary dance with all the players on the court dancing at the end of the game because they blew out the Connecticut Sun by like 30 plus points. I think this is the Lynx cover that you're looking for Monday night, though.
Is it exciting for some of these Friday night games like it is in NBA? Like, are they excited to play on Friday night?
1,000%. The Lynx have this not ceremony, but this ritual that they do after every home win. They it's like like the New Zealand rituals of where they all line up in like three different lines and they're like line dancing basically. It's like a Lynx home. Like if you look at the Lynx home record throughout the last like 2.5, 3 seasons that they've been doing this, it's fucking ridiculous. The Lynx are a cash cow at home. I feel like the bookies are kind of overpricing the home lines for a lot of these games, but I actually really do think they're going to smoke them though in this one. It's just like 16 points in the WNBA. I don't know what the number is off the top of my head, but historically, laying double digits in the WNBA is just a fucking recipe for disaster. Of like, you got a better chance of like hitting the money line and going 50-50 on a total than laying double-digit points in the WNBA. But this whole entire slate's double digits, and I actually think this team's going to cover.
Okay. I've got a lot to sit with. Because I thought they were going to be upset with how they played against Dallas Wings. And you're saying that they're not going to be.
But they probably forgot they even played that game.
All right. I've got a lot to think about there. All right, let's roll on to our next game on the board. That is the early one. The next 3 are late spots. So we have 3 games popping off at 10 p.m. Let's get into them now. We have Washington Mystics, 2-1, 1-1 on the road at Las Vegas Aces, 1-1. This is their home opener at Michelob Ultra Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. Let's take a look at the line history here and then the cash flow and set it up for Brizzy to knock it down. We have a total of 165.5 minus 112 to I guess what I'm thinking, if I think that Minnesota did not play well defensively, I think that would be the overriding theme, then maybe I should look towards an under in that Minnesota-Connecticut game.
Yeah, under or just straight up Connecticut Sun team total
Team
under.
total under, okay.
Because it could be one of those situations where you cap the game correctly, but like we saw this with the Connecticut Sun in the one game that they played against the fucking Aces. They got smoked 87 to 62. Of like, if you told me that the Lynx fucked around and scored in the 90s in this game, would I be shocked? No, I don't think it's likely because you take a certain amount of possessions out of the basketball game. Final score of this game should be like 85, 66, 68, something like that. They score in the low 80s, and then the Sun probably score in the high 6s there. Like, that's how I kind of see that game playing out. That would be about a 16-point line.
So the one final question, do you see the Lynx being the best defensive team in the WNBA again this year? I
think they're the best team in the WNBA. Like, if a future bet Minnesota Lynx, the way we talked about that in the playoffs last year, of like the WNBA has been, the Liberty have been in existence for like 6-7 years, and that was the farthest that they ever fucking went. And they stopped being like that little token team that they kept on using, and they kind of owed them a championship. I think that the Lynx are going to be beyond locked in. There's a league called the Unrivaled League that they play during the NBA season that's owned by Brianna Stewart and Napisha Collier, the star player of the Lynx. And it's basically an assortment of all the top WNBA players outside of like Caitlin Clark and shit like that. And it's a 3-on-3 basketball league. Long story short, Napisha Collier fucking went in that whole entire season. The team featured her, Courtney Williams, Kayla McBride. And the way that she played in that season, I think that they're locked in. I think she's going to sweep this year of like, she's going to win MVP. She's going to win Unrivaled. She's going to win the MVP for the regular season this year. And I think the Minnesota Lynx win the championship. Like, I think this team is that good. Like, we're looking at this team with a 16-point line without fucking Kayla McBride. Kayla McBride's one of the best three-point shooters in the WNBA, and they're smoking teams. Like, I can't imagine what this team looks like with her back in the lineup, Alana Smith playing 30-plus minutes a game. Like, the Lynx are the best team in the WNBA, in my opinion, outside of, like, you could say the Liberty, but I think the Liberty are frauds.
It's important stuff. We're trying to put our base together to make money here in the WNBA. Let's roll on to this Mystics Aces spot. We have a total of 165.5 now. It opened up at 166.5, so a 1-point move towards the under. On the spread here, we have Las Vegas in their home opener minus 14.5. That is exactly where they opened, so we've had no movement. So a 1-point move to the under, no movement on the side. Let's get into the cash flow for this one. We have 75% of the tickets, 69% of cash on Las Vegas. We have 63% of tickets on the under, but 61% of cash on the over. Interesting there. All right, let's roll. Mystics come in after suffering their first loss of the season, falling 76-74 Golden State on Wednesday. I was on the Valkyries. If I had have just not bet the Sparks first quarter, if I had just taken full game, remember Sparks full game was Ron Crawford spreadsheet play day. And then if I don't lose a half point on the dream, I mean, I could be sitting here with a much better record, but it is what it is, and we'll deal with it. And obviously we're trying to get to the black and expecting to get to the black. So, excuse me. Both teams were terrible from three. And then we expect the Valkyries to be bad from 3, 7 to 37, but the Mystics shot 7 of 30 from three. They still lead the WNBA in three-point shooting, but the first two games could have been an outlier. They could just come back to earth here. And the Mystics also are sloppy. They turned the ball over 18 times. Sykes went for 30. She's averaging 26.3 points per game. The Aces bounced back from that season opening 92-78 loss in New York by beating up on Connecticut 87-62. They were up by 35. 10 of 26 from three. Asia Wilson, 22, 10, and 4. She also added 3 steals and 2 blocks. Jewel Lloyd, 25. Jackie Young, 16, and 3. And this is the home opener. Take it away for us, Brizzy. The Mystics, coming off of that loss, playing better than everybody expected them to play. How did the Aces handle their home opener after a smash and grab game 2? I'm all ears.
Yeah, a little bit frustrated of how that Mystics game versus the Valkyries went. It was like the right theory, but the wrong bets of like, I had the first half team total over. Tiffany Hayes got hurt. That shit got fucking lit up in flames. But the theory of the Washington Mystics, which is the youngest team in the WNBA by far, them playing their first West Coast game, half the team adjusting to body time clocks. It's no surprise that Brittany Sykes was the only person that scored in double digits and everybody else was kind of like, that's a huge difference. Like you could just do that at your house of like staying up to like 10 o'clock at night or 11 o'clock at night and you're an East Coaster or some shit like that. Yeah, you're going to be a little bit tired. I can't imagine what playing a game is like that. But we've seen the Mystics really lock in on that core three of Citrone from Notre Dame, Brittany Sykes, and Kiki Efren. And they're kind of just filtering everyone around it. We kind of saw Shug Sutton get benched for the first time. Jade Melbourne was basically closed as the starting point guard of that game. Her point props hovering at 8.5 at Bet365. I wouldn't mind taking over on that. But this is just an Aces spot. But how to explain this is like they're going to win this game. This game goes over, but I don't think they cover a 15.5 line. We saw we saw like the growing pains of the Mystics. They scored 17 points or less in 3 out of 4 quarters. I don't think that happens again. The Aces are still struggling a little bit defensively. The highest total on the board by 5 to 6 points, but I think this goes way over of like final score like 90 to like 86 or something like that, 90 to like 82 or something like that, where like the Aces, you talk about like traditions, Aces home opener tradition is like Becky Hammond. She knows what's up for this one. I feel like it's also being baked into the price though. The Mystics are more than live to cover a double-digit spread, but I think some of their offensive production down the stretch is just not going to happen against Asia Wilson. Of like, I think about this game, Asia Wilson might go off for 30-plus points. Of like, Kiki Efren's going to be guarding her. Granted, Kiki's a good player, but I mean, the bitch just played college basketball about a month ago. Mama Dolson out here, and Mama Dolson hasn't been relevant since she played for the New York Liberty. And so it's like the front court issues of the Mystics is the reason why I think the Aces win this game. But I also think that's the reason why you look at the over in this game. Head-to-head wise, 7-3 towards the over last 10 meetings between these teams. And I just think guarding Asia Wilson is going to be a task for them. I played the Las Vegas Aces money line in the over 165.5 at plus 105. That line opened up at plus 110, went down to plus 105. Depending on how the total moves, will determine how that number should close. But that number should probably close around minus 125, minus 130. But I think this is the public dog of the day. Everyone's going to see 15 points on the Mystics and see how they've been playing this year. There's a lot of, a couple players on that team that the public knows. Kiki Efren playing with Juju Watkins. You got Sonia, I can't say her first name, Sonia Citrone from Notre Dame. She was like one of the star players of the team. So like the betting public already is going to like the Mystics, but I think the Aces are going to win this game. This game goes over, but if you wanted to take the Mystics plus the points, I wouldn't hate you for it. But I'm just going with what I know, and I think the Aces win this game. This game goes over 165.5. If you wanted to take the over straight, I can definitely see it. The Aces play with their food, man. You know how this goes.
The total went up to 169.5 and came all the way back, which is nuts. 165 up to 169, back to 165. Are we making the Aces and the over as SGP official? What is it? Can you give me again?
Plus 105 on FanDuel under the totals and parlays. It's listed as a straight bet, but it's in reality a same game parlay. But yeah, man, I like the over in this game of like, if I think the Mystics are going to be live, I think this game goes away.
But it's the Aces and the over 165 flat?
165. Now you got me. It's 165.5.
Okay, 165.
I like the over as a straight bet if you wanted just to eliminate who's going to win the game. I think this game goes way over. Of like you saw in the first 2 games of the season, there's going to be somewhere of a middle ground. They let up 90 points to Atlanta Dream and then 85 to the Connecticut Sun, who we think are going to be the worst team in the WNBA, and that was without one of their top 10 draft picks. So I think the Golden State Valkyries 76-74 final score is more indicator of Tiffany Hayes got hurt in that game, and you take off Tiffany Hayes off that Valkyries team, it ain't looking too bright.
Let's talk about those Valkyries. 1-1. They played 2 home games in Frisco. This is their first road game of the year at the LA Sparks. 1-2, 0-1 homer. Crypto.com in Los Angeles, California. Let's go to the line movement. We have a total of 160.5. This is another total that's been all over the place. Opened up at 161.5, went down to 157 at 7 in the morning. Now it's climbed back up to 160.5. So it's dropped a point, but it's taken a strange route to get there. From a spread perspective here, we have the Sparks minus 10.5 at minus 104. They opened up a minus 11.5. So we've had a 1-point move towards the Valkyries. We take a look at the cash flow here. We have, here we go. Sorry, we have 70% of the tickets and 95% of the cash on Golden State. 1-point move towards them. 73% of tickets and 90% of cash on the under. So Golden State comes in off their first win, their franchise first win. DC Cap are agreeing that about the over in that second game. So Veronica Burton goes for 22 in the Valkyries win. Sparks coming off their second straight loss, 89-86 at Phoenix on Wednesday. And these teams played each other. So they played each other for the Valkyries' first ever game, and the Sparks destroyed them, 84-67. Plum goes for 37. She's averaging 26.7 per game right now. Stevens goes for 18.3 with 9.3 boards. Hamby, 16.3 and 9 boards. And, Brink not back yet. So we have the Sparks coming to Golden State and destroying them in their first game of their franchise. Can we get a little back? Can we, it's obviously everybody betting this thinks that the Valkyries have something for them. Do you? Take it away.
Yeah, no, I think it's more of like, we talked about this Wednesday with the Sparks of like, playing double digits with the fucking Sparks. Where the fuck did they do that at? Somebody pulled that up of like, when the fuck have the Sparks laid double digits in a fucking WNBA basketball game? And I think they're just adjusting the Tiffany Hayes injury way too much for this line of like, is Tiffany Hayes a huge piece for Golden State? Yes. Is she very important? Is she the best scorer? Yes. But it all depends on the thing that I don't like about back in Golden State is I can't get a confirmation of what the fuck they're doing at the guard position of like Julie Van Loo came against the Sparks in the first game. She came off the bench. Damier led the team in scoring, and the bitch plays 13 minutes in the next game of like, yo, what the fuck are you guys doing over there? Of like, if Julie Van Loo was starting and playing a bunch of minutes, I would rock with it. We talked about how bad Kate Martin was in that opening night in the starting lineup. She came back and only played 9 minutes. Stephanie Talbot played her first game of the season. She only played 8 minutes. Veronica Burton, good old Veronica Burton, after getting shitted on Wednesday's show, she went off for 22 points, shot 6 for 11, and 3 for 4 from 3, and 9 rebounds. It's like one of those things where like, all right. Veronica Burton had a really good game and all that, but I just don't think that you get the same exact production. But also another side of me is like, I'm not laying double digits with the Sparks. That is just not. I don't care who's on the court, who was not on the court. Just in general, WNBA philosophy, you can't lay double digits with the Sparks. And then on top of that, Rickea Jackson's out of the lineup. We didn't even bring up Rickea's out of the lineup, and Rickea's like, my girlfriend told me this a while ago when I was betting her in college when she played at Tennessee. And she was out for like one of the games or whatever. She said, don't take Tennessee without Rickea in. And I was like, get up spot. You just stand up for your star player here. They were playing against like Vanderbilt or whatever, and they got smoked. And that memory always lives in my lasting impression of like Rickea Jackson's a really good scorer, and the production that they got from everybody else in replacement of like Azura Stevens, 23 points, 17 rebounds. Like, damn. I knew she was going to pop off one of these games, but that was really the surprise of the day. Sarah Barker, the girl that replaced Rickea in the lineup, shot 0 for 5 from the three-point line, 1 for 7 from field goal range. But this is a long way of saying I think we need to circle around to what you bet on Wednesday. If we're going to fade the Valkyries here, it's because Tiffany Hayes is out of the starting lineup. They're not playing Julie Van Loo the minutes that they should play her. Los Angeles Sparks first quarter here. It's definitely the move. I think this is going to keep on moving. This line opened up at 2, went to 2.5, went to 3.5. Seeing threes across some boards like Bet365 has one of the lone Bet365, Caesars, and Bet Rivers all have threes. BetMGM has 3.5. DK's got 3.5. ESPN Bet still has the opening line at 2.5 minus 130. I think the Sparks get off to a hot lead, get behind the home fans a little bit here Friday night in LA. I think the Sparks look good in the first quarter. Wherever the fuck happens after that, I could probably care less. Of like, I'm just not laying double digits with the Sparks. They can, if they're going to come anywhere close to sniffing covering the spread, they're going to have to get off to a hot start. And I can definitely see that. You're out Tiffany Hayes. You just got that boost. You know, the boost that we talk about, star player being out there. Sometimes I feel like it's been happening in the game itself of like, she went out early. Veronica Burton stepped up. They hit some big shots to end the game. They beat the Mystics by 2. It was their first West Coast road trip of the season. It was like a perfect situation for them. And this one, it kind of feels like they might walk themselves into a backdoor cover, but I think the Sparks just get off to a hot start. Kelsey Plum's been hooping, top 3 scorer in the WNBA. You talked about it. Her usage rate has been fucking insane. Opening night, she dropped 37 against this team. I could definitely see her going right back to the well and getting off to a hot start here. I like the Sparks first quarter here.
And what do we make? Is it -3, -115? That's at 365. Is there better than that somewhere?
I'm going to odd shop this one because ESPN bet's got that 2.5 at -130. And I wouldn't mind.
Would you rather have that?
Yeah, I'll take the 2.5 -130.
Okay, -2.5, -130 for Brizzy. It's a funny game. I wonder where this closes, and I wonder what if it's still going to tell us that 90% of tickets and 95% of cash on the Valkyries. I like your angle where we saw the bounce back. We saw them step up without their star, and that's how I got paid. We saw it happen. So are we going to see it here? I've got a lot to think about. I don't know if I get involved here. I think though, and maybe you could back this up with all of the supposed tickets and cash on Golden State. If this line goes back to 11.5, I think it's pretty clear it's a smash and grab for the Sparks.
I think that's incorrect, though. There's no way people are loading up this game and not throwing the Sparks in a parlay piece at -590. Like, if you look at the other 2 games, Minnesota's -20,000 on the fucking money line, and the Aces are -1,600. So, like, right off of that alone, people are going to use the Sparks as a parlay piece at -550 to 600 of like, depending on where you shop. And that's kind of like,
do you not believe the information that 90% of tickets and 95% of cash is on Golden State?
I don't believe that. No.
Okay.
If you ask any talking space of like, what you got in the Valkyrie Sparks game, they're going to tell you the Sparks. Because, I mean, Tiffany Hayes is such a instrumental piece to the lineup. It's like, you look at this game for 5 seconds, or 5 minutes, I should say. If you look at this game for 5 minutes, you would look at this and be like, yeah, the Sparks are going to win this game. They're going to cover. But then when you start kind of digging into the layers of it, it's just like, they might win, but like double digits with them. It's just like, they get come close to double digits, they got to come out hot, man, in this spot. A team that you take advantage of them having their main facilitator out. And the problem is, it's not the fact that Tiffany Hayes is out. They can't find the right replacement of like, how does one girl damn near lead your team in points and then you play her 13 minutes the next game of like 2 rotations? Like, it's just astonishing to me that they're playing girls like Saloon over her, Letty's playing over her and stuff like that. It's just like the player rotations for the Golden State Valkyries is the problem right now. It's not really the construction of the team. But with that being said, Teme Fagbenle over 5.5 rebounds is still hanging at -132, depending on where you shop. I definitely think Fagbenle playing the center position for the Valkyries, she's just going to walk herself in the rebounds. They just don't have a lot of big bodies on that team. They just have a bunch of 2s and 3s on that team, and she's going to have to play center the whole entire time for as many minutes as she can stay out of foul trouble for. You're kind of getting a suppressed line because she went under her point prop in the first game against the Sparks, getting in foul trouble. But we saw in the last game, she had 7 rebounds in that one. But just a little bit more shooting efficiency, and it would probably be like a double-double play. But I just feel more comfortable with her grabbing rebounds than playing around with her points as well.
It's a very, very interesting spot. I think I'm going to stay off of it. An interesting thing, though, as you're getting ready to attack Wedge Detective, was that the Valkyries opened in that home opener +7, closed to +5.5, and now we have a 10.5. So there's different ways of looking at it. You could look at it and say, oh, you know, is it what 84.67 or 83.67 in the first meeting, and now they're offering 10.5 as if it's a discount, but it's 5 points bigger. You know, obviously with the Sparks on the now at home, but lots to think about. Let's roll on to our final spot on the board: Phoenix Mercury, Seattle Storm, Climate Pledge Arena, Seattle, Washington. We are racing after this one. And shout out to all of the Gold members who are racing for $50. Climate Pledge Arena, we have our Robert Cherry, my man. Much love. Go get that cash. Lecheria. We have Ron Crawford's play today on the Seattle Storm here in their home opener. The Seattle Storm in their home opener. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. Oh, shoot. Sorry, let me move to today. I went back to... We have Seattle now minus 6.5, but you can get a 6 easily. You can get a 6 easily. There was a legit 6.5 for a while, but we're back at 6 at most books. But we have moved towards Seattle. This opened up in the afternoon at 5, but there was an immediate move towards Seattle. So at midnight, it was 7. So again, it depends how you look at it. You could say this line's, moving towards Phoenix. I'm not sure if that's the right way to interpret it, but you can. This total is a 157. It's the lowest total on the board. It opened up at 158.5, and this dropped. It dropped all the way down to 155.5 before it started climbing back up, and now it's at 157. So that is where we stand. If we look at the cash flow here, and Real Madrid looking at the Elks tomorrow, it's preseason, but we're not far away from Canadian football here. We had a monster season last year. Would love to recreate that. But let's go here. Mercury Storm, we have 82% of the tickets, 92% of the cash on the under, 67% of the tickets, and 84% of the cash on Phoenix, which is wild. Coming off their second straight home win to start the year, beating the Sparks 89-86 on Wednesday. Sabali 25, Thomas goes for 19. The Storm bounced back, and so the Storm lost at Phoenix, to start the year off. It was ugly. They lose 81-59. It was a no-show. And then they bounce back and win at Dallas 79-71 on Monday. So they've been off for a few days. Anika Gumake was leading scorer, 23, and then 19 rebounds. And then Diggins goes for 21 and 9 assists. This is the home opener here. The home opener for the Seattle Storm. It just feels like a great bounce back opportunity for them after taking it in the drink against Phoenix Mercury. Take it away, Brizzy. Is this a perfect spot to back the Storm?
I don't think so. I think the movement on this game was more of the line correcting itself than actual sharp line movement of when we broke down this game briefly last week, that line was basically off the top of my head, it was minus 1.5 for Phoenix. And then it closed at -6 for Seattle because Clea Copper got ruled out right before the game. And she was out for whatever amount of weeks she's out for. And then this line opened up at 3.5. It's gone up to 5.5, 6.5 in some places. I think it's more of the line correcting itself rather than it being an indicator that one side's more better than the other of there isn't a whole lot of things that I saw from Seattle just played Dallas in Dallas. So that's the reason why they won that game. But when I'm looking at Phoenix, the thing that's been the most surprising for me for them has been their defense. Granted, they let up 86 against LA, but their defense has been pretty impressive. And I think that's where they kind of have the edge here on Seattle is Seattle's going to want to play out of the low post. And if there is a team that can match up with them in the low post, it would be Phoenix. Hence why they beat them 81-59. Granted, I think that final score is a little bit of exaggeration of how far apart these teams are. I don't think they're that far apart, but I'm always a little bit cautious with certain teams that they schedule in the WNBA. The WNBA is so based off of who you get in the first month and a half of the season. The Indiana Fever is a prime example. The Indiana Fever last year had one of the hardest WNBA schedules to start off the season, and they're 2-13, and then they fucked around and still made the playoffs after the All-Star break of if you can draw the right schedule of games to start off the year, then I can't really hate on you too much of the Mercury got the right draw of a schedule. I don't think this is that good of a basketball team this year, but the draw of the schedule this year has been really good for them. They play in Seattle tonight, Sunday against Washington, game against Chicago. Their first real game is Friday, the 30th to end out the month against Minnesota. When I mean real, I mean hard team that they're going to play. I don't know. This spread's too many points for me of I feel like I'm walking straight into a trap. It opened up at 3.5 all the way up to 6.5, but I would lean towards the Mercury here in this game. I just think this is a better ball club than Seattle. Seattle's a good. They have good pieces, but they're just a weird mesh of players. Of like you have Neke and Magabor down low, but then you have Skylar Diggins and Gabby Williams as the guards that kind of want to get out and run here. I kind of like the player prop market a little bit more in this game. I'm going to jack up this girl's name, but outside of Phoenix for Satu and Alyssa Thomas, they're kind of working everybody else around them of like whoever is the hot hand, they're just going to play. And the hot hand has been, I can't say her name, Kajia Laska, over 1.5 3-pointers, minus 130. She's just been not jacking up shots, but like if you ever want to play a 3-point prop, you want to see the volume of shots be there, and the volume of shots have definitely been there. And the way that she's been scoring, they should definitely give her more minutes. She came over from Latavia's regular season, and she also played for Fenerbahce for Turkey's the EuroLeague stuff. And she played her first game against LA. She played 23 minutes, shot 3 for 8 from the 3-pointers, but this is the kicker. Shot 3 for 8 from 3 points and only shot the ball 9 times. So 8 out of her 9 shots were 3-pointers. So it's like if there's ever a 3-point prop to take, I think it's going to be Laska for the little bit that they're going to give it to her, because one of these games she's just going to pop off, and this line isn't going to be the same anymore. Of like, how are you going to put somebody's 3-point prop at 1.5 and they only shot 3-pointers? It would be I don't know. In the NBA, that line would be at like 2.5 at plus money, like plus 110. That's where I think the line should be at. I think Laska is going to have a good game, but when it comes to overall, I think this game goes under. I kind of lean towards the Mercury plus the points. Just on a card with all these big ass favorites and stuff like that. One of the bookies are going to need one of these dogs to win outright, and I wouldn't be shocked if it was them at 10 o'clock.
Interesting. See, the Mercury embarrassed the Storm, and now in their home opener, I think they want to give it back to them so badly. That line move, astonishing. +2 to -6 is crazy in that first meeting. I'm going to back the Storm here. I think that they have something for Phoenix, and at this point, we have you have Seattle with a huge rest advantage. So my double down would be the double result, because then if you are right and Phoenix makes this a game and Seattle, squeaks out a victory in their home opener, I can still at least, cover my nut enough. So I'm going to be moving on the Storm. I like the Rebenga from the 81-59 ass kicking that they received, and I'm going to back them here in their home opener. So let's review action here in the WNBA. I'm going to be involved in this 7:30 game, whether it's just the Lynx full game, which it might be, and then the Connecticut team total under, or the full game under, because the way I see it, Brizzy, is sorry, let me move over here quickly. If the Lynx score 85. Well, I'm going to, if they scored less than 90, the under is going to hit.
That's the scary part, is like they're going to win, but are they going to score in the fucking 90s and blow them out, or are they going to score in the 80s and blow them out? And like, I'm leaning towards more of the 80s, but I mean, it's the worst is when you cap a game and then you actually watch the game live and you're asking the fucking Connecticut Sun to stop the Minnesota Lynx with 2 minutes left because it's like a 16-point game and they're only like 5 points away from the total of like, that's the scary part about backing this game. But I think that's the right handicap, is the under in the game and under Connecticut Sun team total.
Yeah, I think they're going to step up defensively. I think so. I'm going to move on that one. The Mystics Aces, I'm probably going to stay off. Brizzy's moved on the Aces and the over 165.5 together at plus 105. Brizzy's on the Sparks first quarter -2.5. I might stay off of that one and then attack the Storm on the side and the double result. And that is my plan here. WNBA Friday, May 23rd. We have Brizzy doing double duty for us here. Wednesday and Friday. It was great to have you, Brizzy. Thank you for all your hard work, my man. Brizzy, what's in store for the Locker Room Talk podcast? When is the next big event? What's the plan for you guys?
Yeah, we got a nice little event next weekend. So, no show on Saturday, but the boys are going to be working hard at it. Aaron Blanchfield in the main event against Macy Barber. Blanchfield representing the Dirty Jers, man. Dirty Jers, our number one fighter out of New Jersey. So I'm pretty hyped for this UFC main event next weekend. So make sure you guys follow me over Eckett and Bills over on X, at Billy Brisbane DFS over on IG. And we're going to be posting some plays throughout the weekend, stuff like that. WNBA card tomorrow. You got the Liberty and Fever, Dallas Wings and Dream. So there's more basketball to be had over the weekend. So money to be made. Anytime there's money to be made, hopefully we can tweet out some plays. Make sure you guys check out pubsportsradio.com for all the free plays that we all post.
Respect. Brizzy, my man, I'm Papa's X handle in the chat. Thank you for all your time and hard work, my man. Respect.
Wager Tech, are you going to be down there in AC? I'm thinking about going. I got invited to a party, but I'm thinking I'm just going to ditch the party, go to the casino. So,
Sounds nice. Sounds nice. I respect it. There he is, Billy Brisbane. It is time to race. That concludes the handicapping portion of our show. It is time to race. Let's bring back our friend, Mr. Jose Bouquett, to the show. Jose, how are you?
I'm all right. The Red Sox are going to beat the shit out of the Orioles. Who cares? Whatever.
Yeah, it's funny. I am now, and you probably have seen this for me, I'm barely moving on that first game of the day. I just can't start off, with that feeling that I know you have, that I have, so, I've had so often. So I am focusing on, really focusing on the spots where I can attack. Shout out to our guy, Rude Boy. And Justin McKelvey renewed his membership, but Rude Boy now a member. So does that get us to 75, Jose?
Yep.
75. Thank you to our gold members. We're racing Greyhounds. Let's rock, my friend. Let's rock.
Let's rock indeed. Let's get them going. The dogs are always my favorite animal to race here. They get out fast and they just keep on running. Juan Ruiz, Boarito, Justin McKelvey, Mr. Bitches, even Jimmy the Bag, Saturated, and Billy Friedrich up in the mix here. No quarter given in these races. Justin McKelvey at the bottom of your screen pressing up. Here comes Preston Ekdahl pushing from the back. A whole big heap of dogs in the front of the pack here, Jimmy, including Dabby Cab now.
Yeah, Big O. Big O has the lead. Chase J right there. Here comes Robert McCormack with a big move. He's trying to get past Dabby Cab up front. Sweaty Butcher. Greyhound in business here. Sitting in third place with a few, like a furlong left. Can Sweaty Butcher come on with it? Here comes Big T. Here comes George Wood as well. And T-Moss. T-Moss is pushing through. Can he get to the line? T-Moss is right at the wire. Can he get there? And the answer is yes, he can. Yes, he can. T-Moss is adding $50 to his bankroll. Right? I'm not. The team. Right. We don't see the jockeys stepping up because there's no jockeys on these Greyhounds. T-Moss, spectacular work, man. T-Moss going to like that, man. Adding a little 50 bones to the bankroll as we head into the weekend. That was a very, very close race. Very, very close. Wait, Nasty Nate was right there too. Do you see him, Jose?
Seventh. Yeah.
Seventh.
By the way, I say that, and then I click back over the Red Sox game, bases loaded, one out. Cedric Mullins, could you just plunder the dagger in the Red Sox fans' heart here one time, Cedric Mullins?
Oh my God, yeah, 6-3, winning run at the plate.
These are the very conflicting games for me because I would go out and take a walk because of how angry I would be the Red Sox would be losing, but at least I would have the bet cashing, so that'd make me feel better. So these are very conflicting moments for me.
That's funny. Yeah, Cedric Mullins should have let that ball hit him in the foot. He was a team player.
Yeah.
Mel says every Stars game is the same. They get totally dominated, then some late bullshit happens, usually with penalties, and they score 14 straight power play goals, and we get a misleading final score. Mel, the best thing for me, I think, as a gambler, is if the Stars win again and win it comfortably, like 4-1 or something. Well, I guess a lot of you guys are on the over, so Let's call it 5-3. But that'd be the best thing for me because then I can move on the Oilers in both games 3 and games 4.
Oh my God, Cedric Mullins is horrid.
He should have let that ball hit him in the foot.
Not a team player.
Man up, man. Let's review all action. Mel, are you on the Oilers tonight, Mel? I'd love to hear that. And there he is, T-Moss. Email pubsportsradio@gmail.com and receive your bounty. Mel says the best thing for me is to see the Stars lose every game they play starting now and for the next 8 years. So, Mel.
Jesus, Mel.
Mel, no, she's feeling that was. I mean,
she hates
that
them.
first round with Stars Avalanche. If the Avalanche get through that first round, I mean, they're in the Western Conference Final, right? They'd be playing the Oilers right now, and they can beat the Oilers. They're capable. They're a very good team.
Oh,
so
God. This is why I hate hope. Just put me down. Don't give me fucking hope.
Yeah.
God almighty.
Yeah.
Get me excited for a half second.
Wager Tech says Oilers not losing in his opinion. AM says I think both Stars and Panthers have quick series. That's interesting. And Kong's Clips. Big Hundo says getting ready for my daughter's senior graduation. So proud of my kiddo. Not the only one. Also, Jeff Slaughter's daughter. Mr. Slaughter's daughter also graduating right now. Congratulations to both you fellas and to your daughters and great work.
Is Ella graduating today from like 3rd to 4th or whatever?
No, she'll be going into grade 3, but not yet. No, we have another month of school.
Oh my
Sancho,
God.
my man, thank you guys. This has been great. You know, we're running really well. We're running nice. And there's so much on the line and adds so much to our life. The happy bankroll, happy life. The bigger the bankroll gets, you know, the more opportunities we have to succeed. And I'm excited. I'm just excited working with everybody. Let's review all action here.
Can I accept Turnsy's challenge here real quick?
Oh yeah.
Name one Oiler from the 90s.
Yes.
Guy Lafleur.
Oh God. All right. Okay.
Ken Dryden.
Oh God. Okay. Stacks play today number 1 is the Cubs. Play today number 2 for Stacks is the over 8.5. Respect play today from Res Mob, the over 11.5. Pig Milk play of the day, the over 6.5 at plus money for Billy Friedrich. By the way, Jose, I've got the Pig Milk video. I've got it ready for you. So it's going to take us a while to put it together, but I've got it ready. I've got it all.
Paul Coffey.
Phil
Coffey.
Paul Coffey had been traded by the 1990 season, sadly. So we have an interesting bet here for those of us on the Oilers is if they lose tonight to take Connor McDavid for the Conn Smythe. I'm going to do that. If they lose tonight, I'm going to take Connor McDavid. I don't know if I put a full unit on it. I'll decide that. I might. AM is on the over 6.5 tonight with Billy Friedrich in the Oilers Stars game. Dougie Wise says free bands play today. Neesmith under 13.5 points. Ronnie Crawford, WNBA play today is Seattle -7. Dougie Wise bonus play Dodgers -105. And then my MLB action going to be on the Cubs. I think I'm going to be on the over 6.5 in Milwaukee, Pittsburgh. I want to look at that a little longer. We also got Fat Wally's NASCAR action here. Go out there and get that cash. And thank you, Wally. And True Allah, my man, says,
I got it.
Oh, okay.
Oli Uelevi.
Oh, God. He doesn't play in the NHL, thankfully. I despise him. Mel says, if Dallas wins the Cup, you may not see me for 6 months. Some people love that. I'm sure. Mel, no, we need you. And wouldn't it make you feel better knowing how much money I made? AM, we'll have to see what the Panthers do against a good hockey team. We haven't seen that yet. So I don't. But they're a very good team. So we'll see. Scuntbag play today. Nationals money line. Orioles money line, unfortunately, is number 2. And he's on the Valkyries plus 11.5. Our
Mike
guy.
Shanahan.
Oh, God. We have both Jose and Wine Time on the Nats. Razor Sharp picks on the Nats. Drewski on the Nats.
Rick Tocchet?
I'm not going to move on the Blue Jays, but I want to study it more. Cleveland money line. Guardians money line is $400 gamblers first glance from Razor Sharp picks. Wine Time on the Guardians. Jose on the Guardians. I don't know if I get there. BJ's best bet is the Braves. I should have moved on them before the show. He's also on the Knicks -5.5. I'm going to be on the Mets first 3. Wine time's on that first 5 over. I'm going to be on the Braves first 5 -1/2. Full game -1. If it hasn't gone too far as it can, I imagine it's just kept going. Let me just quickly check so I can get the anger out here.
Damn, I really thought Paul Coffey was going to do it for me. Fuck.
Okay, no, it's fine. It's not. It's fine. It's actually gone back a cent. Whatever. All right. So Braves Twins money line parlay for wine time. Please explain how the Oilers win in Dallas when they lost from 3-1 up a single period, giving up 5. Just every game. A nice job, AM, catching the over. Obviously the Stars' depth took over and the power play took over, and that could happen again. You're actually absolutely right, Gorky, but there is no team in the National Hockey League that's come back from more impressive deficits than the Edmonton Oilers. Now, you could say in-game, it's the Stars. They've come back and won in regulation, down 2 goals in the third period twice this year. No team's ever done that in NHL history. But we've seen the Oilers come back from a 3-0 deficit against Panthers to force a Game 7 in Florida. We've seen the Oilers come back from a 2-0 deficit in LA and win 4 straight. So, but I hear you. We have, and thank you, Gorky, for the dono and blessing our action. Go get that cash, Gorky. We will have the date for the low bag Summit of Champions at Woodbine.
Joe Sakic.
The Twins, I'm going to be on the Mariners' first 3. And Jose's going to review his action here shortly. And unfortunately, I have to be on the Marlins and A's, which I don't enjoy. And I will have both my first 3 record, and also I will have the record for the 7+ game winning streak, switching cities. I'll have that updated. That is Major League Baseball. Spreadsheet play today for Ron Crawford in baseball is Arizona. Dougie Wise on the Pacers to win the series. Max betting that.
Oh, Jerome Ginla.
Just my 2 cents has Bridges 20+ points at +210. In NBA, we have Brizzy on Bridges over 20.5 points and rebounds. Wine time on the Knicks -6. Indy first half team total under 52.5 and Bridges over 16.5 points. I'm going to move on the Knicks here. I'm going to move on the Knicks. And then we just went through WNBA. So Jose, please review your MLB action.
Damn, I thought I had that one. Thought he maybe played for both sides of the Battle of Alberta.
He's born in Edmonton.
Well, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Cleveland Guardians +106, Milwaukee Brewers +111, Washington Nationals first 5 -150. The over in Arizona Diamondbacks Cardinals there over 8.5. Miami money line, and I'm about to check right now to see if I can bet the A's. No, still nothing for Miami money line yet. By the way, interesting, the full game money line for the Nationals has gone down towards the Giants. Full game money line, that is. First 5 still the same, at the very least there. So and by the way, it was -120 for me, at least when we were breaking it down. Now -105 each way, Dodgers, Mets. So seems like I guess we should have bet the Mets, or I should have bet the Mets at least.
Yeah, I'm going to get my action in here over the next hour or so. Take my time. Timmy Two Shoes is on Schmidt. 7 strikeouts in Denver. Jose, my friend, thank you for all your hard work. Thank you to our guests on today's show. Mr. Wine Time Sports, thank you for all your hard work. We had Billy Brisbane as well. Thank you for all your hard work.
Maurice Richard.
And Mel, yeah, I would have paid a ton. Down 3-1. I would have paid a ton. Heiskanen starting it off 30 seconds in. Unfortunately, I don't bet when down like that. I need the team to score a goal to show that there's hope, and then I move on it, which obviously does cost a little bit. Thank you to all the cappers that rock with us. Nasty Nate, Mel, Johnny K, Gorky, Timmy Two Shoes, Sammy Culmer with that great big dono off the top. Thank you, Sammy. Turnsy,
Craig Berube.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Redbeard, Kong's Clips, Rez Mob. We had Nutflush Allen make an appearance. T-Moss, congratulations. I mean, $50 richer. We had Chill Will rocking with us. Sancho, thank you. The Sweaty Butcher in the house. Thank you to all you guys. Real Madrid, thank you. Aubrey Textiles, thank you. The Wager Detective, thank you. Sir Mackey, all of you guys, thank you for your support. G Martinez, DC Capper, the Skunt Blaster. Thank you guys.
Sean Burke.
Let's have the baseball player. Let's have a great weekend. Let's get that cash. We've been running well, and it can't stop. We must keep winning. We must keep winning. Good luck to all of you and your action. May our bank rolls grow and grow.
The oldest Kachuk, Walt Kachuk. What is his name? I don't know his name.
Yes, Walter Kachuk. Yes, Walter.
No.
Jose, can you please bless our action and lead us into the future?
I guess I've lost, turns. I guess
there's only one Oiler that you need to remember in the 90s.
Yeah, Wayne Gretzky, whatever.
Klima. No, Gretzky wasn't on the Oilers in 1990.
See?
He was traded in 88. Peter Klima is the only name you need to know. Now, Jose, please bless our action and lead us into the future.
Yeah. You know, I tried, Turnsy. I tried. I named a lot of good ones, though. Jerome McGinley, I thought that was a good one. I thought that was a good one indeed. But shout out to you guys. Thank you guys all for watching the program. It's been a fun week. Don't forget tomorrow morning, Saturday morning, Say Hey Plays back again here. We'll be doing the call-ins again, doing the damn thing. I'll be there. Dabby Cab as well. So it'll be a whole lot of fun. Tune in. Till then, say hey and let's leche. Los bookmakers. Corey Perry.